I'm going to need this. All right. So, for those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Matt Beat. I teach social studies in Kansas, right in the middle of the United States, the heartland, one of the flyover states, right in the middle of it all, exactly, literally. And I am represented by two men who are my senators. And I'm going to be calling them. But also, I was like, why don't I just go ahead and call all U.S. senators, and I can just live stream it as an educational exercise to show you what this looks like. I'm drinking lots of coffee here because this may take a while, and I've never called my senators before. I'll admit it. This is somewhat a confession because I've never called my senators before. I've emailed them many times because it's much more convenient. But let's face it, that's how most of us are. You know, we might sign a petition, we might show up to a rally, we might send a few emails out, but that, or, you know, obviously social media, tweet out whatever, and call it good after that. But I figured making a phone call is more impactful. And I'm going to call every single senator in the United States. And this may take many hours, but that's okay. I had the time today. Also, you know, most people don't even call other people, period, today, right? So, like, even your best friend, I mean, for goodness sake, people don't even call their mom. You call your mother; she's wanting you to call her. So this will stand out. Also, I will be letting every person who answers the phone know that this is public, that I'm live streaming, that it will be heard by millions, well, thousands perhaps. But I'm going to go. I'm going to have an introduction here before I start doing this. I have a few things I wanted to address. Wow, already got a super chat here. That's very kind of you, Henry T. Rainey. Hey, Mr. Beat. Sorry if it's off topic, but I saw you recently discovered Destiny, the streamer. Just wondering if you've dived into any of his content. I have a little bit, not much. He releases a lot of stuff. I tweeted about this the other day. Apparently, Destiny and I went to the same college at the exact same time. We may have literally brushed shoulders on campus and didn't know it. We both went to the University of Nebraska, Omaha, in the late aughts, and that's when I was studying to become a teacher. I don't know what his major was, but anyway, he's from Omaha. I lived in Omaha for a few years. I don't even know where he is politically on the spectrum. I'm assuming we're probably pretty similar, being from the area, and I think we both had conservative upbringings, but we're not as conservative as we used to be. But anyway, thank you for the donation. Wow, and okay, I'll just go through all these here real quick. How long will it take? As I really can't watch for more than a few minutes. It's going to take, I predict, a few hours. I'll be honest, I'm not that optimistic that even one senator is actually going to pick up the phone. It's probably, if somebody answers the phone, it's going to be one of their interns or assistants. But that's okay. I want you to understand the process and how this looks like. So yeah, it could go fairly quickly because of that. Otherwise, I don't know. It could drag on all day. We'll see. I did block off most of the day for this reason. I do have to take my daughters to gymnastics later, but and pick them up from school. Crap. Okay, yeah. Joe, thank you. Hey there, Matthew Beat. I send you some money to say you should make a video on Dwight D. Eisenhower and use your song as background music. I hope you love it, and I love your channel. Thank you very much. I already planned on it. I was actually waiting to go back out to the Eisenhower Museum in Abilene, but because of the pandemic, it's been delayed. So I actually have contacts out there. I'm going to be interviewing some people. A big Dwight Eisenhower video is planned. Speaking of which, somebody from the Presidential Museum, the Dwight Eisenhower Presidential Museum, yesterday video chatted with my daughter's class, and she came home with an "I Like Ike" sticker. So I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, so I don't want to miss any here, but I am going to try to get it started here. Oh, Ian. I know Ian, or I'm familiar with him. If you're getting into streamers, please watch Vouch. I've watched some of his stuff. He tweeted out something the other day right after I did that was the exact same thing, which I found interesting, a little suspicious. Alex, hey there. My Senator Richard Blumenthal is on the Judiciary Committee. Tell him to oppose the nomination of Jennifer Riordan to the federal bench. Okay, let me write this down. I'm going to start writing these down because I'm not going to get to Connecticut for a little while. So, Chevron lawyer who helped with her legal assault on Stephen Donziger. Yeah, that's not good. If you're not familiar with Stephen Donziger, I think is how you pronounce his name. He is a whistleblower and a true American hero that fought Chevron, and he has seen his life ruined because of that. I'm going to write a note of this. I am going to be going in alphabetical order, beginning with Alabama of the states. So if you're from Alabama, that's coming up soon. I want to hear from you. Otherwise, hold off, especially if you're from Wyoming. Okay, come back. If I know a lot of you guys have stuff going on. I don't expect you to. A lot of you are going to be coming and going while I do this. My mom hates the phone so emphatically. She doesn't want me to call her. It can be make people anxious. Oh, and thank you, Joe. Yes. All right. So let me get into my introduction here. I already started to introduce, but I want to really explain why I'm doing this. First of all, I want you, the viewer, to learn about this process, about contacting your representative. How representative are we as a country? The United States is supposed to be a representative democracy, a republic. Citizens don't vote on bills. Okay. That doesn't make sense. I think that's a good thing. But we trust these people that we elect every 2, 4, 6 years are going to vote in our best interests. Over the past 20 years in particular, I've noticed that our representatives are not listening to us as much as they used to. And as a student of American political history in particular, they used to listen to us more. It's come in waves. Sure, it's come in waves. We saw the late 1800s was a bad time, but this is also another bad time. And what I mean by this is a lot of times our representatives are actually listening to whoever pays them. Corporations often get a lot of blame. Lobbyists get a lot of blame, but a lot of it is really hard to catch, to see. It's under the surface. It's a lot of quid pro quo. A lot of it's not written down or even said, recorded at all. It's hard to find motivations because of that. But you kind of know. You see patterns after a while. And I've noticed patterns for the vast majority of our representatives in both the House of Representatives, who I'm not calling today, and the Senate. They tend to they tend to listen more to people who pay them, who help them get elected, who will take care of them if they were to not get reelected. Money, greed, power. Greed and power are the bigger motivators because they're humans, just like all of us. We like to think that we would rise above that if we were in the same situation, but odds are we probably would not, myself included. I probably would. For that reason, if I ever was in Congress, I would live stream everything. Everything would be like you're seeing right now. Everything would be public. And that way I would be held accountable. If I was ever tempted to be bribed or influenced in a certain way, because we're all, like I said, it can happen to anyone. The bill on Capitol Hill in 2022. This is a priority over code in Ukraine. Okay, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about there. You're watching this in your government class. Holy crap, that just put some new pressure on me, but that's amazing. Awesome. Shout out to, I'll get to Arizona here in a little while. So, okay, so moving along, I recently released a filibuster video. Personally, I am for the talking filibuster. I think it's productive as a way to foster healthy debate and, force the majority to listen to the minority, hear them out. However, the silent filibuster has greatly damaged the Senate, and to a point where they just don't pass many meaningful laws anymore. And this is something that all of you watching should be angry about, because if you look at the vast majority of Americans on several issues, the senators are ignoring you. So a great example is universal health care of some form or another. Poll after poll after poll after poll shows at least 70 to 75% favor some kind of government supported health care, not Obamacare, which was written by insurance. The bill was written in part by insurance companies. We're talking something similar more to what they have in other European countries, Canada, Asian countries, South American countries. Universal health care of some form. Senators, it's not even on the table. They don't even bring it up for debate in the Senate. That's just one example. Am I trying to be Jimmy Stewart today? Mr. B goes to Washington. Hey, shout out to Corey. Yeah, appreciate. Yeah, it was good to talk to you the other day. Yes, I am. Dadgummit. Do my best James Stewart impression. Anyway, so we have to constantly hold our representatives accountable. This is one simple way to do that. Most of us don't have the time to do that. I had the time today. I am fortunate that I get to do this stuff, for a living. And so I want to show you how the process goes. But the filibuster video really opened my eye. I mean, I already knew this, but it kind of reawakened something in me. I got really angry about this, actually, to a point where I was tweeting about it. And I was just like, these folks in the Senate get paid to literally do nothing. They don't even work that much. You and I work much more than they do. And yet they have all this power, and it's really sad. They get paid way more than most of us. What are they doing? So this is, I was like, you know what? I always had this idea. I didn't always, but I've had this idea for a while. I'm going to live stream myself calling every single senator. I'm just going to go ahead and do it next week. And so if you haven't watched the filibuster video, please, I love your feedback. Eric, I agree with you. Definitely. But I'm talking, there's a distinction between the silent filibuster and the talking filibuster. What I propose is getting rid of the silent filibuster, which is counterproductive. They don't even have to show up to prevent a vote on a bill. All right. So how is this going to look today? Well, first of all, I had to find something I wanted to bring up to them, and that is a bill, of course. So I'm going to share that bill with you. And this is called the Freedom to Vote Act. This is a bill that was created by Joe Manchin, mostly, I think. I don't think others were involved, but it's a compromise bill that was made in response to something that was a little bit more extreme. I don't like to use that word extreme, but a little bit more aggressive with two other bills that were proposed by Democrats. And so, as many of you know, Joe Manchin, a senator from West Virginia, has been a very powerful figure this past year because of him being someone who is, quote, moderate in the Democratic Party. And he's trying to be bipartisan. He's getting it from both sides. Please tell everyone who answers to end the silent filibuster. That's something else I could bring up for sure. We'll see how it goes. Trans rights. Now, let me know what state you're from, though. Mech Animal, I need to know what state, because I don't want to say that, because like everybody, I want to make it more specific to people that are from each state when I get to it. But yeah, like, okay. So the Freedom to Vote Act is my default when I'm bringing up to senators if there's nothing else to bring up. And so if you're not familiar with this bill, basically it makes it easier to vote. Key provisions include making all 50 states offer early voting periods for at least 2 weeks, which I think is reasonable. Now, the part that's maybe not as reasonable is the mail-in voting provision. I'll show you. That's on the second page here. It would create a national standard permitting no excuse vote by mail for every eligible voter. States would be required to permit voters to apply for absentee ballots online and prohibited from imposing erroneous requirements like requiring mail ballots to be notarized. Basically, it would be like, okay, we're not going to regulate and force you to do mail-in voting, but if you as a state you're preventing mail-in voting from being an option, the federal government can step in. Another provision is something I love, which is the Election Day holiday, making Election Day a legal public holiday to make it easier for people to vote. Also, protections for individuals with disabilities. A lot of people with disabilities have a hard time being able to vote. This may surprise many of you. Voter validation, a national standard for states that have identification requirements. So this is actually something that is an olive branch to conservatives, to Republicans, saying national ID, some kind of ID is a good idea for voter security when people show up to the voting booth. Thwarting voter suppression, so cracking down on deceptive and intimidating practices, which a lot of times there's gray area, but this would make it a little easier to hunt down on that. Let's see, I'm going to jump ahead a little bit. Preventing election sabotage, something like enhanced protections of ballots and records. So that's something I think Republicans can get on board with. A remedy for failure to certify results, which I think is more Democrat-led on that. What else here? Redistrict. This is probably the most important part of this bill. Redistricting reform. The freedom of, I'm going to read this whole section for you. This is why I'm a big fan of this bill. The Freedom to Vote Act provides critical safeguards to end extreme partisan gerrymandering in congressional redistricting. The new redistricting cycle has begun, but there is still time to prevent the worst extreme gerrymandering and discrimination against communities of color if these changes are enacted quickly. Banning partisan gerrymandering and establishing clear, neutral standards. The bill will require strong, uniform rules for congressional redistricting, which I know is not easy, but math a lot of times can solve it, guys. Math is capable. So including a ban on partisan gerrymandering and strengthened protections for communities of color. These rules would be applicable to all maps created in the current cycle, including those that have already been enacted. And procedural safeguards. The bill would also ensure greater transparency in the redistricting process and add enhanced judicial remedies to ensure that discriminatory or gerrymandered maps can quickly be challenged in court and fixed. Let me show you an example here. Sorry if I'm missing super chats here. Yes, there is. And thank you. Represent.us. Okay, great. Thank you for sharing that, Dallin. I think I missed another one there. Ask Rusty Shuck for, there it is. Okay, so let me share with you something. This is a local story. You know, I said I'm from Kansas. Many of you know this, but this is a story about this broke a couple days ago. Something that the Kansas House, so the state legislature in my state, Republican-led House in Kansas, in Topeka, the capital, they are proposing a new district map for the federal level. So for, boundaries for electoral votes, but first and foremost for representatives in the House of Representatives. So here is the map. I don't know if you can see that very well. Let me zoom in a little bit. This is a map proposed, like the black lines are the current boundaries, which I think are quite reasonable. The proposed changes are the colors here. This is an example of cracking. Okay. So there's two forms of gerrymandering that typically take place: cracking and packing. Packing is you try to pack your opponent political party in as much or in a smallest space as possible, so that it's like 85% your opponent, and then your side would never have a chance to win there anyway. So you're just like, okay, let them have that. Cracking, though, is what we're seeing here, which is where you see your opponent it's a competitive district. Like my district, the 3rd district in Kansas, is competitive. The last few elections have been fairly close, especially 4 years ago. This would make it so that my district, part of it is out, and it would be less competitive. And so essentially you would have Republicans win every single district if this new map plays out, which it very well could. This is an example of gerrymandering. It happens on both sides. Democrats and Republicans are guilty of it. You should see some of the maps that Illinois has come up with. They are Democrats have gotten pretty good at gerrymandering as well. So this is what this bill will get rid of, or at least fight, which we need it to fight. We need to fight this crap. Gerrymandering is I don't care what side of the political spectrum you're on, what political party you are. Most of you are independent, but if you're a Republican or Democrat watching right now, you ought to be against gerrymandering. It is fundamentally undemocratic and a big reason why our country isn't that representative after all. Our representatives don't represent us. So back to the rest of this bill. Let's see, I covered I think the most important parts, but there's also modernizing voter registration, campaign finance reform. That's another big part. I didn't even bring up that. So key parts of that: shoring up campaign transparency, making sure that no dark money is actually helping candidates get elected for federal elections, ensuring that super PACs are truly independent, and fixing campaign finance enforcement, small donor matching, and then promoting election security, which again is another olive branch to Republicans. I think it's a darn good bill. You can read the whole thing. I've linked it in the description of this video. But that's what I'm going to be bringing up to every senator I call today. If you're just now joining me, I am going to be calling every single U.S. senator in the country. The Senate is in session. Most of them should be at the Capitol in their office. They have committee meetings, and some of them come and go on the Senate floor. But generally, there might be a chance I actually can catch a live senator today. If not, I'm going to show you how it would look otherwise. If a senator does call and talk to me, or answer and talks to me, that senator is probably automatically going to be on my awesome list. Okay, so just so you know, even if it's Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz got some respect though after he grew a beard. I still respect the beard. I really do think he watched my "Why Don't Politicians Have Beards" video and decided to do that. Anyway, okay, so I'm almost ready to begin with Alabama. A few other things. Somebody brought this up on my Discord server. Apparently, it's better to make an appointment with one of your senators. Like if you really want to talk to them, you can schedule something instead of just trying to catch them while they're in the office. That's not very likely. If the opportunity arises, I will do that, and I will follow up with you on how that goes. Second, I had several people in the chat earlier before the stream began wondering, wait, you can call them? Yes, you can. It's actually fairly easy. Let me show you. I downloaded a PDF, but here it is, a list of the extensions, the phone numbers of every single member of the United States Senate. They updated from day one. It was updated. You typically dial 202, the area code for DC, and then the prefix 224, and then these are all the last 4 digits. I did test this out earlier this morning. I made a couple calls. One of them, I will tell you, they said that we are experiencing a high level of calls. So I imagine I'm not the only crazy person doing this. We really need to fix these problems in the U.S. I personally think that we should get rid of gerrymandering, districting, but that might be asking too much. Okay. Thank you so much, Jim, by the way, for the donation. Okay. So I also have this same list is online, so I'll be referring to that from now on. But yeah, so that's the list I'm using to call. I also have a spreadsheet that I've created, which I will show. Oh, before I show you that, let me go ahead and show you where you can find this information, where I first got it. Oh, and I'm supposed to share. Okay, I'm supposed to share this and show you. Whoop, where you can find this. That was my Twitch. By the way, I'm on Twitch and I have 49 subscribers. Apparently, if you get 50, then they unlock some premium features. So find me on Twitch and be my 50th follower. Okay, so first of all, I have to share. Mrs. B wanted me to share. She's working in the next room, but she wanted me to share this mug, my Mr. B Compared series mug that I've recently started selling. I put a link to it in the description. Here it is. Okay. Although my coffee's already getting cold. I'm going to need this. Geography Geek, former social studies teacher here. Love the channel. Looking forward to this. I have a feeling you're still teaching, though. You're still probably educating the world. But thank you so much. I appreciate that. And hopefully you're making videos. It looks like you are. I need to check out your stuff if you are. Oh, thank you, Carver. Appreciate that. William, one of my Patreon supporters. Hi, Mr. Beat. Not a question, but I'm a progressive Democrat, and I think it's great how you always try to remain neutral. Thanks for being a goat. Well, thank you. I didn't know you were a Democrat, progressive Democrat. I like to call myself a progressive independent. Okay, so if you want to go to the U.S. Senate website, this is what it looks like. It's senate.gov. And here's where you can get that PDF I just told you about. There's even the address here. You can correspond to the committee chair or the entire committee. You write the name of the committee. There's an address here if you want to write them a letter. Of course, there's email, which is what most people do these days. Let's see what else here. This is over on. This is a list of every single senator, which I've also got from Wikipedia, which is a little bit better because you can kind of see more about them. But this goes, you can do it by state or their name, and then you click on it, and then it has their phone extensions over here, and then you click on it and find more information. Here is the legislative schedule. So how I know that they are actually in session is they list the days that they're off. Now, this is subject to change. It changes all the time. However, generally, at least, like last week, they took some time off for Martin Luther King Jr. Day, but they were in there for much of the week because of the voting rights bill and the filibuster talk. President's Day, same thing. I already got a refill of coffee. Thank you. Oh, yeah, we better be careful here. Thank you. That's Mrs. Beat there. Thank you. Shout out to Mrs. Beat, my lovely wife, who spoils me, and she's pretty much turned into an assistant for this channel, even though she's supposed to be working her other job right now. Okay, so Watching from Poland, represent. Heck yeah, thank you. That's awesome. Poland is an amazing country. From Hungary, woo. Thank you, Benz. Okay, so, and then the list of current senators on Wikipedia is what, like I told you, we're going to be referring to this list quite a bit. And then my spreadsheet that I've created, this has the same information you saw on the website earlier. This is the switchboard number. When I call, I'm going to, whoever I talk to, I'm going to write some notes based on how it goes right here. And then I'll share this in a pinned comment, and I'll share this document in the description afterward. So that way we all know what happened with the phone call. Okay, what else? We're about ready to begin here. This is exciting. Again, if in the chat, if you want to, my fellow Americans, I realize a lot of you are watching from outside of the United States. Shout out to Poland and Hungary. If you are an American, when I get to your state, if there's something you want me to bring up in particular, please just shout it out in the chat. I'm going to miss a lot of it. That's why it does help to have the super chats. Like Arthur, thank you. But if you, I prefer it be something specific to your state, because the general thing will be the voting rights bill, and I can just briefly mention it. It's a lot for me to kind of keep track of. I don't really have anybody next to me that can like write all this stuff down. So I prefer that, and then wait till we get to your state, because I'm going to go again. If you live in Wyoming, it's going to be a while before I get to you. So, Indiana, would love for you to bring up universal basic income and ranked choice voting as championed by Andrew Yang. Love your videos. Keep it up. I love both those things too. I'll try to remember, but like I said, it might be a while before I get to Indiana. So. Chris, my good friend Chris, thank you. Dude, you're nuttier than a hazelnut latte on this one. Nice reference to where him and I used to work at Crane Coffee in Omaha, Nebraska. Shout out. Best of luck to Ted Cruz and Cornyn. They are terrible. He's from Texas. He lives in the Austin area. Wonderful Austin. I love that city. Junie McGraw, do you think you could make a long-form video on the best, in my opinion, U.S. coalition of all time, the radical Republicans of the late 19th century? Oh, that's your suggestion. Good. I love your informative videos. Thank you, Junie. Great suggestion. I will try to remember to add that to my list. I think that's a great idea. All right. So I'm trying to catch up here before we get big fan here, Greens from Michigan. All right. Thank you for all your hard work. I want to ask do you think Congress will ever balance the budget? Not anytime soon. I think the closest we came to that was the 1990s, but I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. It's just gotten too out of control, and both political parties are complicit. They seem to think it's okay. My Twitch handle, shout out from Massachusetts. Thank you, James. Is I am Mr. Beats. So if you just search Twitch and I am Mr. Beat, I did put the link in the chat earlier. You can find it on some of my other videos and my website. From Wisconsin, Gabriel, thank you for promoting being involved with our congressional representatives. We need more people to do this. Much love. Thank you. Man, maybe we can get some of these political streamers to do the same thing. I think that would be great. Okay, so we're going to start. We're going to start with Alabama. So if you're from Alabama, I want to hear from you. I just want to, before we begin, I want to, again, reiterate that we're probably not going to actually talk to a U.S. senator today. We'll get lucky to talk to a human being. We might have to leave some messages, but that's okay. Also, we might schedule appointments. We'll see. Shout out to England. Thank you. But yeah, I'm going to be recording the results as we go. Let's do this. What are we waiting for? It's been already 30 minutes. Let's go ahead and do this. Got my phone. The battery's charged. We'll see how far it lasts. Our first senator, we're going to actually, I'm going to call the vice president. Because the vice president is the president of the Senate. That's the reason why the Democrats have a majority right now. It's because Kamala Harris, the vice president, can break a tie. So let me show you what happens when you call the the vice president list here. All right, so you got prefix 202 224 2424.
Thank you for calling the Vice President's Capitol Hill office. If you would like to leave a comment or a voicemail message, please press 1. If you would like to speak to a member of the Vice President's staff, please press 2. To hear these options again, please press the
All right, we'll
star
talk to someone from the staff.
Thank you for calling the office of the Vice President. How can I help you today?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that I'm calling on behalf of Americans here. I'm doing a live stream where I'm calling every single senator in the country. And I was wondering if you have any advice on my quest to do that today. Like, for example, who's actually going to answer? Like, when I call the senators from Alabama, do you think they're going to actually answer?
Unfortunately, these are questions that I am not able to answer, and unfortunately, I just can't have you record this phone call, so have a good day.
Oh, okay. Off to a phenomenal start. That's one thing I definitely have to make sure they understand that it's being recorded. If they're not okay with that, then they're not okay. That's wonderful. Kamala Harris, her office. You know, she's had a bit of a rough first year in office. I think, you know, people forget that like the whole vice president thing is like pretty chill. Like you only have 2 jobs as vice president. One, you are president of the Senate. You break ties if ever needed, which she's done a few times already. And 2, you when you certify the electoral votes after a presidential election. Other than that, a lot of times you're just kind of the wing person of the president. You're there to support them. You often show up to cabinet meetings, or if there are certain initiatives that, like for Kamala Harris, it's been the border wall, the border security early on. But a lot of times people's perception of the vice president is based on their speeches, what they say, how they present themselves. Her approval rating has not been very good, and I think it's mostly because she's kind of had a harder time connecting with the American people. But anyway, that didn't go very well. So we're probably going to get a lot of staff members like that. Let's go ahead and talk to Alabama senators here. So we're going to keep it going. Now, looking at we're not going to get to Patrick Leahy yet. Patrick Leahy is, for those of you who are not familiar with our boy Patrick Leahy, he is the senior U.S. senator. He's been there the longest. So he is the highest ranking member of the Senate next to the vice president. So they call that the president pro tempore. I always screw that up. Pro tempore. The Senate president pro tempore of the United States Senate. Sorry, Patrick. He has been in office in the Senate since 1975. Almost 7 years before I was born is when he first got there. So, career politician. He represents Vermont, and he is retiring. Which, he's up there. I think he's in his early 80s now, so that makes sense. But he is retiring at the end of this year. So, okay, we're not going to call him till later. We're going to go, like I said, we're starting with Alabama. Our first person is Richard Shelby. I asked you in the chat if there was anybody from Alabama who wanted me to bring up something specific for Alabama's constituents. Anybody in the chat from Alabama? Richard Selby, talk about old. Richard Shelby, I keep saying Selby. Richard Shelby has been in the Senate since 1986. So like 4 years after I was born. He is also not seeking re-election. He is retiring at the end of this year. So, if he's retiring, then who cares how he votes, right? So he should definitely be for this voting rights bill. He knows firsthand about the legacy of voter suppression in Alabama. He was in his 30s, actually, when the Freedom Riders came down to Alabama, when Martin Luther King Jr. and everyone else came down to fight voter suppression. So he should, he should know, right? Thank you, Bears. Virginia. Oh man, every House member okay, I haven't even started. Okay, so I'm going to call the Richard Shelby. I'm going to make sure I document how it went. All right. Make sure I get this right. 224-5744. Okay, Richard Shelby.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Richard Shelby. You are either receiving this message because we are experiencing a high volume of calls or because you have contacted us outside of our office hours. Please feel free to leave a message after the tone. You are also welcome to contact Senator Shelby through our website, which is shelby.senate.gov. Thank you again for calling, and we hope you have a great day.
Senator Shelby, I am Mr. Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of your constituents of Alabama. And just to let you know, this message is being recorded publicly. We would like you to know, or we would like to know where you stand on the Freedom to Vote Act and why those are your positions. Many of us have been wondering about you because we have not heard much publicly about where you stand on that bill. So if you could please let us know. My email is iambmrbeat@gmail.com. I would appreciate a response. And thank you for your service to our country. Okay, so I had a feeling we're going to get some voicemails here, which is fine. So I'm going to write down here that we just, I forgot to say, for rude staffer for Vice President Harris basically hung up on me after they found out I was recording the call. Left a voice message for Senator Shelby. Okay. Again, is there anybody in the chat from Alabama? Shout out to Huntsville. Mrs. Beat and I went there for ThinkerCon a few years ago, and we love that city. Okay. All right. I might be leaving a lot of voicemails today, but that's okay. Let's go to, we're still in Alabama. We got Tommy. It's Tuberville, right? Or is it Tuberville? Tuberville? He is new to the Senate. He began his term, I believe, at a little over a year ago. I keep thinking it's still 2021. But Tommy Tuberville, he's a former college football coach, was a coach at Auburn and University of Mississippi, Texas Tech before that, or after that, Cincinnati. He was a very talented football coach, actually. Really won a lot of games, but I think made a name for himself mostly at Auburn. And I haven't heard much from him ever since he got elected, to be honest. I don't know where he stands on the voting rights bill. That's still a pretty cool pick, though. You don't see that too much for a senator to have a football in there, but it's appropriate for him. And he is 67 years old, originally from Arkansas, it looks like. I did not know that. But yeah, let's go ahead and see what happens when we call the office of Senator. You know what? Before I call, I better know how to pronounce his name properly. So let's. That would be embarrassing.
Tommy Tuberville.
It's Tuberville, like a tuba. Tuberville.
Tommy Tuberville.
Okay, then. All right. Make sure we get that right. All right. So let's call Senator Tuberville, from representing the great state of Alabama. Four 1 2 4.
Hi, this is Coach Tommy Tuberville. Thank you for calling my Washington, D.C. office. Every day, it's a privilege to serve as Alabama Senator and fight for our shared American values. I look forward to hearing your comments and hope you'll leave a message. God bless.
Hey there, Senator Tuberville. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of your constituents of Alabama. And this is being recorded publicly, but I wanted to see where you stood on the Freedom to Vote Act and why you stand where you do on that bill. I would appreciate you getting back to me. Also, your constituent, Louis Balderrama, wants to know why you voted against the bipartisan infrastructure bill. He is from Huntsville, and he wanted to know about that. So if you could please email me back. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com.
Your message was sent. Thanks for calling. Goodbye.
Okay. I don't know if you got my email, but okay. Well, so that's so far 2 voicemails. Let's go back to the spreadsheet here. So he pronounced his name Tuberville, but on Google it says Tuberville. So. Okay, so left a voice message and got cut off for going on too long. So far, this has been anticlimactic. Maybe by the time I get to Wyoming, we'll get someone actually answering the phone. Okay, so we are now up to Alaska. And Alaska, of course, such an amazing place, way up there away from everyone else. We've got Lisa Murkowski is our first senator we're going to call. If you don't know who Lisa Murkowski is, she's one of the more moderate, quote unquote, moderate Republicans. And she's been there for a while. She's, I think, an effective leader. Has a long political experience before she became a senator. She actually, I think the Tea Party, she ran against a Tea Party candidate. That's right, Joe Miller. I remember that in 2010. Anyway, so she has many leadership positions in the Senate. She was one of 7 Republican senators to vote to convict Donald Trump of incitement of insurrection at his second impeachment trial about a year ago. Seems like so long ago. And so, yeah, she's often seen as someone maybe that can work with Democrats, work across the aisle. but because of her vote to convict Trump of incitement of insurrection, she was censured or formally disapproved of by the Alaskan Republican Party. So her term doesn't end until 2027. She was reelected and with no problem. So I don't think she needs to worry about that. So you would think that she'd be someone that would be more open to supporting this voting rights, this Freedom to Vote Act. Okay, is there anyone in the chat from Alaska? I doubt there is, but you never know. I actually met a lovely couple in person who watched me, who were from Alaska. It was quite amazing. They said they didn't really like it there, but they Oh, I'm seeing it ends in 2023. That's her term. Oh, okay. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. So her term. So I was looking at her vice chair of Senate Indian Affairs Committee. Okay, sorry. So her term will end, and the chat is saying 2022. Oh, she only has another year too. So so maybe that's why she's worried about re-election. Okay, so I was totally wrong about that. Thanks for correcting me in the chat. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and call Senator Murkowski about the Freedom to Vote Act. If there's anyone from Alaska, actually from Alaska, let me know and I can bring up something. See if you get a voicemail again. (202)
Hello, this is Senator Lisa Murkowski. Thank you for your call. For information about my office locations and hours of operation, please press 1. Know that I appreciate that you're taking the time to share your thoughts with me on the issues that are important to you.
Mm-hmm.
If you're an Alaska resident and would like a response to your concerns, please leave your name, address, and phone number. Please press 2 for this option. You can also leave me an email on my website at www.murkowski.senate.gov. If you would like to speak to a member of my staff, please press 3. To hear these options,
talk to your staff. Okay.
Hello, this is the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Lisa Murkowski. Thank you for calling. We're not able to answer your call right now, but please know that you can also contact my office by going to my website at www.murkowski.senate.gov. If you would like to leave a message, please do so after the tone. And if you would like a response, please include your phone number, email, and mailing address where I can reach you. Thank you again for calling.
Hello, my name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of your constituents of Alaska, and this is being recorded publicly. We would like to know where you stand on the Freedom to Vote Act and an explanation as to why you stand or why you have that position. If you could please get back to us, to me. My email is iammrbeat@gmail.com. Thank you for your service and for your time. Don't want to give my phone number out. Sorry, folks. That would be bad. However, I'm probably going to get a bunch of emails now, but that's what spam filters are for. If I get spammed. Okay, so we have gotten nothing but we've got nothing but voicemails so far, except for the one angry staffer for Vice President Harris. So left a voice message. Again, for all of these, I'll let you know if we hear back later on. So I'm a little upset we haven't seen anyone in the chat from Alaska, but okay. So next up is Dan Sullivan. To be honest, I'm not that familiar with Dan Sullivan at all. It says here he's a junior United States Senator since 2015. Looks like he was in the Marine Corps in the 90s. If I haven't heard of the senator, that is either a good thing or a bad thing. It's a good thing because they're not a showboater, like always, just yearning for that spotlight and for that clout. Or it can be a bad thing because they haven't done anything of substance. So, but just glancing here at his wiki page, political positions. Looks like he voted for President Trump 91.5% of the time. Looks like a pretty standard modern day Republican. So I don't think, but yeah, so let's find out how he feels about the Freedom to Vote Act. Still no one from Alaska, not a surprise. Okay, so we're going to call Senator Sullivan. This is only my fourth senator, and I've got 96 to go. Maybe I need to speed it up.
Senator Sullivan's office. How may I help you?
Hello. I'm recording this. Is that okay?
It is.
Okay.
May I ask why you're calling?
Yeah, I'm just calling on behalf of the constituents of Alaska. My name is Matt. And I'm just seeing where Senator Sullivan stands on the Freedom to Vote Act and why he has that position. So do you know?
I cannot speak on behalf of the senator, but I'm going to look up right now the Freedom to Vote Act right now, and I'll check the record on it. Give me one moment.
Thank you.
And are you referencing the John R. Lewis Act, correct? HR 5746?
No, this is I don't know the number of it. It's the Freedom to Vote Act is the one that Senator Manchin proposed.
Okay. So it's only just been introduced in my Congress record here. And as far as the opinion of Senator, I'm not able to speak on behalf of him for his argument, but I could certainly voice your concern to him and pass along a message.
Sure, I would love that. Yeah, I just want to express that I'm a big fan of it, and I actually am a YouTuber, and a lot of my viewers are also fans of it as well in Alaska. So I just wanted to basically make sure that he knew that and to check it out.
Okay. Yeah, of course. We appreciate you calling in, and I'm going to make sure I pass that along. And what I found here also is that as far as his stance goes, in general, and as this is still awaiting consideration, the senator does believe that voting rights should be determined by the state as opposed to, across the board nationally, which is his only stance on the matter right now as it's still being considered. But I'm going to certainly pass along your message, and it's going to get to the senator, as do all my messages that I take. And may I get your full name for a point of contact?
Absolutely. My full name is Matt Beat. It's Beat. And my email, Beat. And my email is IamMrBeat. It's IamMrBeat @gmail.com.
You said BEAT, Bravo, Echo, Alpha, and then I don't know what T is. Tom.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, just like you beat a drum.
Okay. Perfect. And at what.com?
At Gmail.
At Gmail. Perfect. Okay, Matt. And what is your address?
Well, since I'm recording this, I don't want to tell you that publicly, but
okay.
Yeah. But if I can email that to you when I get a follow through, though, if you want. So.
Okay. And would you like to leave a phone number as a point of contact?
Also, I can leave that after email correspondence too, if needed. But yeah, just email is preferred. So.
Okay. And so I have your email. Are you an Alaskan constituent?
No, I'm not. But I love Alaska.
Of course, we love that. Would you be okay with providing your zip code as opposed to your address?
Yes.
Okay.
It's 66049.
66049. Okay, Matt. Well, I have your message here. I took notes for the call, and I'm going to be sure to pass it along to the senator so that he receives it.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're very welcome. You have a great day.
All right. You too. Bye. All right. So that was a lovely phone call. What I should not be giving my zip code out? Oh, what's that? Oh, P.O. Box. I forgot about my P.O. Box. I can just do that. Next time I'll do the P.O. Box. Mrs. B just told me, yeah. All right. So that was a very nice call. First time I talked to somebody who was pleasant. So I talked to a staffer who was very nice and got my information down and said he would pass along my views to the senator. All right. Not bad. Good job, Alaska. All right. So now we're up to Arizona. I had somebody in the super chat say that they were watching from Arizona in government class. So that raises the bar pretty high on this. But yeah, first up is Mark Kelly. So let's go back to the wiki page here. Mark Kelly is famous for being an astronaut. He's a retired astronaut for NASA. Also used to be in the Navy. He actually flew combat missions during the Gulf War, all this cool stuff, space shuttles. And then he's also famously, his wife is former Congresswoman Gabby Giffords, who was, she's kind of well known for the one who was nearly killed in an assassination attempt back in 2011. Can't believe that was 11 years ago. But anyway, he is known as also kind of as a more moderate Democrat. I would say, I mean, he used to be, it says here, he used to be an independent. He only registered Democrat in 2018. So I would assume that he's on board with the voting rights bill that we've been talking about, Freedom to Vote Act. But if not, I mean, we haven't heard much from him that I know of. He's one of the ones who has not been in the spotlight with specific regards to these voting right bills, period, as far as I know. But I don't keep track of all of it. I only occasionally watch C-SPAN. Okay, Evie, are you from Arizona? I got to know, but what he thinks about space travel. Okay. I don't remember what the concern was of the Arizona. Well, no, they just said they were watching from class. So let's go ahead and give Senator Kelly a call. All right. I'm already growing weary here. Might have to take a break. 2235.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Mark Kelly. Currently, all of our staff are assisting other constituents, so please leave a message.
Are they? Hi, I'm Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of your constituents in Arizona. And this is being recorded publicly, just so you know. But I just wanted to know exactly where you stand on the Freedom to Vote Act. I'm assuming you're for it, but I want to know why, and maybe if you're trying to spread the word about how you like it, if you could please email me a response. Me and my fellow Arizona folks would like to hear back. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you so much for your service, and thank you for getting back to me. All right, that was a message that I left for Senator Kelly. So they're too busy. They're all busy right now. So with the exception of Senator Sullivan, we've had to leave voice messages for the senators so far. Next up, we've got a bit more controversial senator from Arizona. That'd be Kyrsten Sinema, who I think is quite an interesting political figure in American politics. But before I get into that, interesting to hear it should be a state issue implies that you think all 50 could be trusted to remain impartial, immune from gerrymandering and other types of voter suppression. Very good point, Brooksy. This was the same. These were the same arguments that were made back in the 1950s and 1960s from those who were opposing voting rights legislation back then. The Civil Rights Act as well. So those big bills that were being debated that Martin Luther King Jr. and many millions across the country supported in order to protect voting rights for the Jim Crow South in particular, where they had huge obstacles to voting, where they couldn't vote unless they passed a ridiculous test, for example, or they had to pay poll taxes or stuff like this. And so, yeah, states can be up to shenanigans. And so that is definitely the argument against the states' rights. It's always a states' rights argument, right? And I understand that's how our Constitution set up our government to we have a federalist system in which the states are supposed to have certain powers. But remember that, you know, there are powers that are reserved. There are to the states. There are powers that are explicitly mentioned in the Constitution. There are implied powers. We forget about the implied powers. A lot of times it's implied, and we see that from the Supreme Court and other courts beneath them that they and so based on court interpretations, we've really expanded the role of the federal government throughout American history. So pretty much. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's a good point, Kobe. Mentioned I'm streaming to 456,000 subscribers. Okay. I don't know if I want to it sounds like I'm bragging, but I don't know. But yeah, I get what you're saying there. That's a good point. Okay. I'll change up my wording on that. Okay. So we are up to Kyrsten Sinema. Kyrsten Sinema is also similar to Joe Manchin. She is kind of the swing vote now in the Senate. She is a member of the Democratic Party, actually used to be a member of the Green Party, she used to be fairly left-wing, but has become more moderate over the years and is almost conservative in some regards over this past year, if you've seen how she's reacted to many bills. But she was pretty vocally against getting rid of the filibuster last week. Because of that, a lot of Democrats attacked her. In fact, some are threatening to primary against her next time she runs for re-election, which will be in 2024. She also, it's interesting about her because she's like the only member of the entire Senate and I think the first ever to not really have a religion. And she's also she's openly bisexual, which is fascinating to me that she's the first one. But yeah, she's mostly a moderate. Her and Joe Manchin have been kind of making a lot of Democrats mad over the past year because they feel like they're obstructing a lot of important legislation, such as voting rights bills. And so I already know where she stands on the Freedom to Vote Act. But I guess what I could ask her maybe is the filibuster because of that. So we'll see. I think that's more important. Maybe asking her specifically if she'd be willing to get rid of the silent filibuster. So maybe, and also if there's anyone from Arizona in the chat, looks like they got, okay, Arthur, ask about a new bill in Arizona, HB 2319 would make it illegal to video record police activity without the officer's permission unless the camera is at least 15 feet away. Okay. I can ask her what she thinks about that. Okay, I'm going to leave that up there. Okay, I'm going to call her. Probably not going to actually talk to her, but you know what I mean. Call her office. I'm gonna have a heart attack if an actual senator does answer. Maybe by the time word gets out about this, one of them will.
Senator Sinema's office. How can I help you today?
Hello. First of all, is it okay that I'm recording this call? Just make sure it's okay.
Yes,
Okay.
is being reported for press issues. I cannot share any information.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Yeah. So I'm just calling on behalf. I'm actually a YouTuber. My name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of my viewers from Arizona.
Beat.
You know me?
Yes, I just saw that you had a video about calling all the senators.
That's awesome. Yes, this is a bit surreal. That's very cool. Yeah, I'm just doing it just mostly as an educational thing to show viewers what it's like, you know. Oh crap.
Yep, I understand.
You're cutting out a little bit. But that's cool. Yeah, so I already know where the bill that I'm asking about is the Freedom to Vote Act, and I'm pretty sure Senator Sinema already supports it. And so I did have a viewer that was asking about I think this might be a state bill though, so I'm not sure. But it's called HB 2319 that would make it illegal to video record police activity without the officer's permission unless the camera is at least 15 feet away. Is that a state bill? I'm assuming. Do you know about that?
I information about that. So
Okay.
I'm guessing it is on the state level.
Okay. Yeah. So
but that's about all I can do to help.
okay, that's fine. What I would like. What was your name?
Brendan.
Brendan. Okay. Here's if you could just tell the senator what we're doing here, and like the main thing I wanted to ask her about, and she could email me, or someone from the staff can email me. I just want to know if she's open to getting rid of the silent filibuster, because I personally like the talking filibuster. I was wondering how she specifically felt about the silent filibuster.
Okay, I can make a note of that concern. If there's a response that they would like to give to you, is this number the best one to respond to you at?
Yes, but I won't give it publicly. But I prefer. I mean, actually, email would be might be easier. You want my email address?
Yeah, I can take that information.
Okay. All right, Brendan. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail. So that's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
Okay.
All
right. So I will put
yeah.
down.
So, sorry, go ahead. What'd you say?
I was just saying that I can put the information down, and someone from the team will get back to you with their response.
Thank you so much. And hey, thanks for watching my channel.
Of course. I look forward to watching the video.
All right. Take care.
Enjoy the rest of your calling in.
Thank you. Yeah, unfortunately, that call was cutting out a little bit. So, but Brendan was who I spoke to. Oh, good point, Devin. Oh, hi. But yeah, that's still pretty cool, though. That the person that called knew who I was and knew I was doing this live stream, which is a little surreal. Spoke with nice staffer who told me he knew. That actually automatically makes Senator Sinema cooler. I know she's controversial. I know her approval rating is really low right now. But the fact that she has a staffer who watches my channel, I know I'm a little biased. But okay, spoke with a nice staffer who told me he knew who I was and knew I was live streaming this. Wonus. Okay, so that was pretty cool. I told him to ask Senator Sinema specifically about ditching the silent filibuster. So I'm curious if she could do a statement on that. That would be great. All right. We are up to Arkansas. And Senator Jon Boozman, who always, I love Jon Boozman, just has a great name. Yeah. But yeah, so far we have a ways to go. We've only called 6 senators. So, all right. Senator Jon Boozman, I'm somewhat familiar with. He's a pretty standard Republican. He's been there since the Tea Party movement about 10 years ago. He's now a senior senator. Last time I checked in on him, he was a junior senator, I think. So it's been a while. I think he's one of those guys that just seems like a really nice guy. One kind of cool thing about this little spreadsheet here is that you can see what they did before. He was an optometrist before he got into politics, so I should probably keep that open right there. I have no idea where he stands on the voting bill. I'm assuming it's a standard states' rights argument against the Freedom to Vote Act. Let's see if there's any. Write down Brendan's name. Okay, sure. Answer the call. And apparently watches Mr. Beat. Oh, crap, I'm talking on the third person. That's lame. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I wish the phone wasn't cutting out so much. Hopefully I get better. I am in my basement, so. Okay. I am going to call Senator Jon Boozman now. If I can find the phone number. Okay. Here we go. Senator Jon Boozman from Arkansas.
Senator Boozman's office.
Hello. My name is Matt Beat, and is it okay that I'm recording this?
Yes, sir, that's fine.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. I'm calling on behalf of Senator Boozman's constituents in Arkansas, and I just wanted to know where he stood on the Freedom to Vote Act. Do you happen to know that?
Yes, sir. If you would like to record, I'm happy to put you in touch with our press office.
Oh, okay. You must have got someone told you not to. Okay. That's fine. Yeah, I'll just explain what I'm doing so you're not.
No, sir. I would rather not be quoted. I'm not an official spokesperson for.
Absolutely. I understand. I'm just showing the process of what it's like to call senators for educational purposes. So, and then I picked the bill as a talking point, basically, or like something to. So, does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I leave you my email?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. My email is IamMrBeat. That's IAMMRBEAT @gmail. And if you could just let him know, like I was wanting to know where he stood on the Freedom to Vote Act and why.
All right. Yes, sir. Can I get a little bit more information? Can I get a good phone number and mailing address, please?
Yes, I'll give you. Well, I don't want to give my phone number because publicly, but my address is P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66044.
All right. All right. I will pass that along.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Have a nice day.
All right. You too. Bye. So Senator Boozman's office answered right away. Like there wasn't even one ring. It was like boom. You know, she was nice. The staffer was nice. However, you could tell someone over her shoulder was a little bit like talking and a little bit nervous about it. Like, okay, wait. They said it had been recorded. No. So they got nervous there and like, okay, well, if you want to do a press request, then blah blah blah. So I totally understand that. I get it. But got down my information, made sure that they knew I wanted to know where Senator Boozman stood on the Freedom to Vote Act. So spoke to staffer who was a little nervous about being recorded and wanted and insisted I request a press. Was it press? A press request. I fill out information, and I left my information. I'll leave it at that. Okay, so looks like I've been missing some super chats here, so I want to make sure I get these. I appreciate all the support. Alex says, hi, hey, Mr. Beat, I'm excited for you to call our New Jersey senators. Senator Bob Menendez and Cory Booker visited my school. NJ Gang represent. That's cool. Okay, looks like there's another one here. Steve from Alabama. Oh, I already missed it. Or you missed me doing it. Or maybe you called it. I'm still disappointed about us electing a football coach who didn't know the 3 branches of the U.S. government. Pretty sure it's pronounced Tommy Tupperware. Not a fan of Tuberville. All right. So we are still on Arkansas. Now we're to a more famous senator, Tom Cotton. Tom Cotton, definitely, the last I saw of him, he gave a speech on the Senate floor last week where he was using Senator Schumer's own words against him when trying to defend the filibuster. Basically, Schumer is a hypocrite. He said, he used to say that we better not ever lose the filibuster because it helps protect the minority, yada, yada. And so Tom Cotton found an old speech by Schumer and used those exact same words to now argue that now that the Republicans are the minority party, that we should not get rid of the filibuster. Cotton is not much older than me. He's about 4.5 years older than I am. And he was in the military, looks like the Army. Yeah. And he fought in Iraq, Afghanistan. I think that was mostly, he was also a lawyer before, like most politicians are. So, but yeah, like he's somebody who seems to be a little bit more hip. Okay. However, I was a little disappointed that he didn't show up to debates. That there was a libertarian candidate named Ricky. What was the libertarian's candidate's name? Candidate in 2020. Ricky Dale Harrington Jr. Tom Cotton refused to show up to debate him. And I will never forget that. That really made Tom Cotton look really bad. But anyway, let's go ahead and, Tyrone from Nebraska. I'm not sure how long it'll be until you call Sass and Fisher, but when you do, tell them to pay attention to us over in West Nebraska. Oh, thank you very much, Tyrone. Okay, so we're going to call Senator Tom Cotton now from the great state of Arkansas. Mixing up states, don't you dare. I used to mix up Alabama and Mississippi. That was, woof. I did that in a video. That's messed up. I'm never making that mistake again. What the heck was I thinking? So calling Tom Cotton, who represents the state of Arkansas. 2, 3, 5. Starting to get into the groove here.
Cotton's office.
Yeah, I am. My name is Matt Beat, and first of all, is it okay that I'm recording this phone call?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I'm just calling on behalf of the all of Senator Cotton's constituents in Arkansas, and I just wanted to know. I had some viewers of my YouTube channel that wanted to know where he stood on the Freedom to Vote Act. Do you know where he stands on the Freedom to Vote Act?
He's going to vote against it.
Okay. What's his rationale to vote against it?
He's against a federal control of our national elections.
Oh, okay. So it's he thinks that the state should run it completely, no matter what.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, if you could just tell him, like, can I leave a message with you to share with him?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I think he should reconsider. I think it's actually a good compromise because it allows for more voter security, especially with national or with IDs. So if he could please reconsider that bill, look it over again. I would appreciate that. And
Say that again for me. I think that bill actually outlaws all voter ID laws.
No, it does not. It does not. It's the Freedom to Vote Act. That's the one that it's the one that Senator Manchin brought forward.
Okay. I guess I might have the two mixed up. There's for the People Act, and then there's the John Lewis Freedom to Vote Act.
Right. Yes, that's the one I'm talking about.
Both would have federal control of the elections and would outlaw ID laws, voter ID laws.
Well, not the Freedom to Vote Act. That is not true. So if he could maybe at least reconsider that one or certain provisions of it.
Sure, absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely, I can pass that along. I think there's several other things he has complaints with, about harvesting, federal ID laws, federal control of the elections. Yeah, he wants to keep the states know best on how to plan and coordinate their own elections.
Okay, so yeah, I totally understand. So there's parts of the bill that he does not okay. So he can't vote for the whole bill if there's parts of it that he doesn't like, right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. All right.
Like, I'm sure he's fine with the a federal holiday. I think everyone would enjoy that, a federal holiday for voting day, so they wouldn't have to worry about taking work off. Yeah, I would like that too. But I know his main concern is just the federal control of the elections, which he thinks would be slowly controlled by liberal bureaucrats in Washington.
Mm-hmm.
Who would be out of touch on the needs of maybe rural voters in Arkansas on how they want their voting to be run, which I guess is fair, in a rural county in a faraway state, but the bureaucrats in D.C. would have the control of how it's governed and how it's run.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that's a legitimate concern.
Okay.
On the voter ID one, I may be mistaken. I know it's either maybe the Freedom to Vote Act, the John Lewis Act, or the For the People Act. One of those two, I know, outlaws all voting ID laws, and I know a good majority of the country is in favor of voting ID laws, and that's something he's against, is outlawing voter ID laws.
Yeah.
He thinks if you should be able to buy alcohol, cigarettes, get on a plane, go to a bar, you should be able to vote with an ID.
Yeah, makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we can figure out a revised version of it.
Mm-hmm. I may be mixing up. I know there's two of them, and they're both very long and very in depth. So I may be mixing them up on the details. But
yeah.
If there's anything else, any other questions you have?
No, if you could just please let the senator know that just to at least reconsider the Freedom to Vote Act. That was my main concern today, and I really appreciate you sharing his views.
So that's the John R. Lewis Freedom to Vote Act. Okay. Okay. I can pass that along. I know it's not going anywhere. It's still just sitting in limbo.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Wait, before you go. It's not the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. It's the Freedom to Vote Act. So it's not the same one as the John Lewis one. Just want to make sure that's right. You know that.
See, I'm already mixing them up. They sound so similar. Okay, I got you now.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. Okay, that was interesting. He was willing to talk, and he was not afraid. Like, I told him immediately that it was being recorded, and he's like, "Sure, whatever." I like that. And then just kind of went on into the rationale, which, he made good points. I don't think that he truly understood what the bill was about, though. The bill that I'm for, the Freedom to Vote Act. So, but at the very least, I'm hoping that it was productive enough where his staff and Senator Cotton will revisit it. Because I have a hunch that Senator Cotton actually hasn't even read the Freedom to Vote Act. Just a little hunch. Okay. Spoke to staffer, who was very open and welcoming to defend Senator Cotton, not voting in favor of any federal voting legislation. Said he would tell Senator Cotton to reconsider looking at Freedom to Vote Act. However, he kept mixing it up with other bills. Okay. But yeah, that was still, some of these are surprising me. Like, I know I'm not talking to actual senators, but it's still surprising. All right, now we're up to Dianne Feinstein. We're up to California. No surprise that the California senators are probably going to be in favor for the Freedom to Vote Act. Actually, they may think it doesn't go far enough. So we'll see. But, I'm going to do California, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom here because this coffee's starting to get... but if you just joined me, I'm going alphabetically in terms of all the states. So I'm on the C's right now. So if you're wanting, Maine, you better come back, Oh yeah, that's cold now. So, okay. So for those of you who don't know who Dianne Feinstein is, she's also more well-known, I would say, in the Senate. She is from San Francisco, used to be mayor of San Francisco way back in the day. She is 88 years old. I think she's the oldest senator, if I remember correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. And she is going to, she thinks she's going to retire. I don't know, maybe she's talked about it or hinted at it, but I think it's about time. But she's been around for a while. Definitely one of the most influential women in Congress ever. Let me click on her wiki page here so you see a little bit more. She's been in politics since the 60s? 60s, yeah. Beginning with San Francisco politics. She's been in the Senate since 1992. She is the oldest sitting senator. I was right. Holy crap. Also the longest serving senator from California. Okay, so it says here, in January 2021, Feinstein filed the initial FEC paperwork needed to seek re-election in 2024. When she will be 91, Feinstein's staff later clarified that this was due to election law technicalities and did not indicate her intentions in 2024. So, I don't know. We'll see. I'm just going to still bring up the Freedom to Vote Act and maybe what she's doing to persuade her fellow senators who are against it to go for it. Also, Grassley's also, I think, pretty old. Anyone from California in the chat? before I call Senator Feinstein. Okay, let me go ahead and call her. I've yet to actually talk to a senator. No surprise. I would be surprised if I actually did, to be honest. Okay. I'm getting a little winded here already. That's not a good sign. I'm only at California. Calling Senator Feinstein.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Dianne Feinstein. Our office is open from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern Time,
That's
Monday
right now.
through Friday.
Yeah.
Although we miss your call, we regularly check voicemails and will pass along your message to Senator Feinstein. If you're calling because you need personal assistance or help with a federal agency, please visit our website at feinstein.senate.gov and fill out a casework form. If you would like to leave a message, please do so after the tone. If you would like to receive a response, you can email our office at inquiries@feinstein.senate.gov, or you may visit our website and submit a letter. Thank you for calling, and have a great day.
Hi, Senator Feinstein. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of your constituents in California, and this is being recorded publicly. I would like a response, please, at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. But I would like to know, I know you're already in favor of the Freedom to Vote Act bill that's kind of in limbo right now, but I want to know what you're doing to convince your colleagues that this is a good idea, that actually there's parts of it that Republicans will like as well. So if you could please email me what you're doing to try to convince your colleagues about this wonderful bill, the Freedom to Vote Act, I would appreciate that. So thank you for your time and thank you for your service to our country. All right, so left a voicemail for Senator Feinstein. Make sure I show this on the screen. I'm keeping notes. If you also have just joined us, I am going to share this document after I'm done, and then I'm going to try to update it as I get feedback to show you the whole process. So this could be going on for a while. Mrs. Beat has shared something with me. Oh gosh, these are someone for Tom Cotton, one for Texas, one from Kansas. Questions that are from Instagram. Okay. Oh, speaking of which, don't forget to follow me on Instagram and Twitter and Twitch and all that. Yada yada. I'm getting some comments that the voting rights bill, it's not very clear what's in it. I did link it in the description of this video. You can read it. It's all there. It's so anyway. We're not done with California. So from Senator Feinstein to a newer senator. Oh, mandatory retirement for senators. Yeah, she should have retired probably a while ago. The next senator we're looking at is Alex Padilla. Alex Padilla, he is new. He took over because of Kamala Harris becoming the vice president, and he was appointed by Governor Gavin Newsom and has only been around in the Senate for a year. So that's why he's called a junior United States Senator. Has an ID that is cheap and free to acquire and says, good point, bacon assault rifle. Okay, so Alex Padilla, I am confident he fully supports the Freedom to Vote Act. So I'm gonna leave a similar message for him that I left for Senator Feinstein. Okay, New Hampshire, huh? Yeah, that'd be interesting. I can bring that for you, infamous stacks. Okay, So let's go ahead and call Alex Padilla. And then I'm going to the restroom because the coffee's starting to get to me. Three, 5, 5, 3. We'll see how my phone battery's doing this. It's holding up.
Hello, this is Senator Alex Padilla. Thank you for calling my office in Washington, D.C. If you would like to leave a message or a comment about an issue, please press 1. You can also email me through my website, padilla.senate.gov. If you would like to speak to a member of my staff, please press 2. If you need assistance with a matter involving a federal agency, please press 3.
Talk to a member of the staff. I can bring up the homeless crisis there. Yeah.
Can I help you?
Hello. I am a YouTuber named Matt Beats, and I'm just recording phone calls to senators to show them the process. Is that okay that we move forward with that?
Yeah. What do you mean? To show the public the process about how to call a senator?
Exactly.
Yeah. Frankly, I can't kind of authorize any sort of recording to be published without the permission of our press team. But
Okay.
if there's any sort of question that I can answer or anything like that, I'm happy to do so.
But it has to be off of like not being recorded.
Yeah, sorry, I just can't do it on the record without
Okay, no,
that,
that's fine.
permission from them.
Can I at least leave an email address and like my the issue to bring up so that I can get a response from the
Yeah,
senator?
absolutely. I'm
Okay.
also happy to give you our press team's email address directly if you would like to connect with them in order to get something on the record.
Oh, if you could email that to me as well, I would appreciate that. Just because I'm kind of tied up right now. Actually, you know what? Let me write this down. Okay, so
That would be great, just because I can't send it out from my email. But it's very straightforward.
Okay.
It's press, PRESS
Yep.
_ Padilla, PADILLA at Padilla, spelled the same way, Senate.gov.
Okay.
Gov.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, and I just was wanting to know about. I had a constituent in California that was wanting to know about what he's doing with the homelessness crisis, housing crisis that's going on right now. So, if I might just try the press email later, though. That you're the first person. I've been calling all the senators in in the country today, and you're the first one to give me the press email. So, thank you for that.
Of course. Sorry that I can't be more helpful right now. I just want to be careful and make sure I'm not kind of stepping out of my purview. So.
Yeah, I understand. You're not the first person to say that. Okay. Well, thank you for your time and have a good day.
You as well. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Yeah. So somebody else nervous about, it's being recorded. I think they're just worried about losing their job, saying the wrong thing, like Senator Padilla coming in and saying, "How could you?" And you're fired. You know, a lot of these people are interns, or not even, or if they're paid, they're not paid that well. I assume. I don't know for sure. But let me share the document here. Something unique about this was that it seemed like they were open to something like this as long as it was arranged ahead of time. Like he'd be willing to talk about this through the official press email, which I think I might follow up on. I'm a busy guy, but we'll see. Okay, so nervous. Staff member answered and was nervous, so didn't want to go on the record for anything after she found, say they, so we can make this more neutral. They found out I was recording. However, they told me to email to schedule a possible interview for statements on the issue I brought up, which was the homelessness crisis in California, which actually is a nationwide thing. It's not just California. California gets all the attention, but okay. So we are up to Colorado. So if you're from Colorado, looks like I got other Indiana resident here. FTV Act, but could you ask if they would support redistricting reform, fixing gerrymandering alone? Okay, I'm going to write that down. Steve D. Remember, though, a lot of this stuff is not coming up for a while. Oh, crap. Okay. Oh, from Wyoming, Amber. Senator Barrasso. Reducing Wyoming's reliance on coal for the sake of the state's economy. That's from Amber. That's a good one. Paul. There's Colorado. Okay. Bennet or Hickenlooper about their opinion on the I-70 accident ruling that the governor overturned. And thank you, Paul. Okay, great. Okay, so I'm going to go to the bathroom here, and I'll be right back, and then we'll proceed with Colorado. All right. I did wash my hands. Don't worry. Don't worry. If you're just now joining me, we're calling every single U.S. senator in the country and mostly asking them about the Freedom to Vote Act, but other stuff comes up like what Paul suggested here. And we're only up to Colorado. So I'm going to try to speed it up because I've been going for almost 2 hours already. So this is taking longer than I thought it would. A lot of questions also on Instagram, apparently. Okay. New Jersey. Homelessness crisis. That's a big concern from a lot of constituents. All right, thank you. Senate Bill 33, which would allow liquor stores to sell food to address grocery deserts in Colorado. Okay, that's a state issue, Tyler. So that's not something I probably should bring up because I'm only calling the federal senators. Oh, sure. If you could please heat it up, that would be great. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Okay. Caleb, thank you. Another note, both DC and Kansas are one-party consent areas, so you don't have to mention that you are recording. Ooh, thank you for letting me know about that. That will save me a lot of time. I really don't? I'm not going to get in trouble, Caleb? Huh. Caleb, that might be a game changer. Can other people confirm on this? I just want to make sure I don't get, like, sued. Okay. Anyway. Wow. Okay. Climate change for K. Okay. All right, great. Let's first of all pull up Michael Bennet. Michael Bennet and John Hickenlooper, both of them ran for president in 2020, in the primaries. They dropped out early. They didn't last very long, but both of them were more moderate Democrats that ran for the nomination in 2020 when there was like 29. It was ridiculous. So Michael Bennet is he has been a senator since 2009, so he's been around a while. He's been with the Democratic Party for a while. Before that, he was a superintendent of Denver Public Schools. Has an education background, so I always appreciated that. When Barack Obama was president, he was considered to be Secretary of Education. So that was, I don't think, okay, sorry. Anyway, so he, he's one of those guys who didn't really stand out that much in the when there was 29 candidates all running against each other, but he's solid. I forget that his last name is spelled with only one T at the end. That's weird. Okay, so we're going to call Michael Bennet. I'll bring up those 2 points that I saw. Oh, thank you, Vladimir. Appreciate that. From Moldova, living in Spain. Okay. Okay. Here we go. Calling Senator Bennet from Colorado. Shout out to my friend Kevin who lives in Colorado. I visit there quite frequently. I love Colorado.
Thank you for calling U.S. Senator Michael Bennett's office. If you are calling during business hours, we are currently on the phone with other Coloradans. Please feel free to leave a message at the tone. Call back again. You may also contact us through our website at bennett.senate.gov.
Hi, Senator Bennet. My name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of your constituents of Colorado. There are a couple issues that they wanted to know about. They wanted to know your opinion on the I-70 accident ruling that was recently held in Colorado. Also, I lost the other one. Well, I want to know your opinion on the Freedom to Vote Act. The Freedom to Vote Act, of course, is not supported by Republicans. And if you are in support of it, what would you do to convince your Republican colleagues to support it? If you could please email me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com, I would greatly appreciate that. Again, it's iamMrBeat@gmail. Thank you for your service to this country and have a great day. So another voicemail there. Some of these are kind of quieter than others, I notice. I forgot the other thing that you wanted me to know. I'm sorry. My mind blanked. But I know the other thing was a state issue anyway, so that didn't matter, I don't think. Okay, so left a voice message for Senator Bennet. Moving on to John W. Hickenlooper, Senator from Colorado. Thank you. Yeah, this is more of an ordeal than I thought. I'm a madman. Thank you. You're very, very, very kind. Thank you. Okay, so for those of you who don't know who Hickenlooper is, he actually was running for president, and then he was a former mayor of Denver, governor of Colorado, was running for president. It wasn't going so well. Then he's like, I'm just going to run for Senate instead. And he won that election. So he is new to the Senate. It's been there for a year, and a fairly moderate guy, similar to Bennet on most issues, I'd say, from what I understand. I'm pretty sure that Hickenlooper and Bennet already support the Freedom to Vote Act, but correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. Speaking of the chat, remember, if you're from Colorado, this is you. We're on Colorado right now. I'm calling every single senator, and I'm going alphabetically. So, thanks for joining me, by the way. Calling Senator Hickenlooper. Such a fun name. All right. See if somebody answers. Oh, climate change. Okay. That's it. Thank you, Kay.
Senator Hickenlooper's office. How may I help you?
Yeah, I am calling on behalf of the constituents of Senator Hickenlooper. And one issue I was wondering about for the senator, if you could bring to his attention, is climate change. What is something that he is proposing and supporting to fight climate change?
The senator is a strong supporter of putting a price on carbon, and he is currently engaged in bipartisan talks to bring some legislation to the floor that includes those provisions.
Awesome. I'm actually a big fan of carbon tax as well. Do you know if like public support for carbon tax is actually, I know that it was higher like 20 years ago, but do you think that's something that's realistically possible of passing these days? Like,
I have no idea, to be completely honest.
I appreciate the honesty. Okay, well, if perhaps the senator can email me about his specific plans about with the carbon tax. Is that possible?
Yeah, of course. If you provide me with your contact information, we can definitely get you a response.
Excellent. Okay. My email. Oh, my name is Matt Beat. It's B-E-A-T.
Can you spell your last name for me, sir?
Yeah, it's B-E-A-T. So like beating a drum.
Okay.
And my email is I am Mr. Beat. It's IAMMRBEAT @gmail.com.
And do you have an address in Colorado that you can give me?
No, I actually, I live in Kansas actually. So can I give you a P.O. box here?
Unfortunately, sir, we only send responses to our constituents, but I'd be happy to flag that you've called and pass that along to the senator.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. Okay. Well, thank you for passing along the message. I have friends that climate change is really important that live in Colorado. So I just wanted to bring it up to them. So.
Okay. Understood, sir. Thank you so much for calling.
All right. Have a good day. Yeah, it does release. It automatically, the tension goes away once they they don't know that I'm recording, and then I hope I'm not going to get in trouble. But anyway, I love the carbon. I don't love it. I hate taxes. I'm not a fan of taxes in general. But if you have to tax, which you have to fund stuff, okay, public goods and services. Come on, we're not anarchists here. Then yeah, that's a good way to do it. Carbon is causing climate change, and there's been a dramatic increase of it in recent years. This is indisputable at this point. Why not tax carbon? Does that mean that the price of oil is going to go up? Of course it does. Of course. But maybe we should, I don't know, not aim to use oil for the next 50 years and look for renewable energy as an alternative. I don't know. It's not that radical. So I'm glad that he specifically brought up that right away. Immediately, his staffer knew a solution, which is, I think, kind of rare with senators. So staffer openly and quickly shared Hickenlooper's solution for fighting climate change. Didn't want to send me information though. Once they found out I was from Kansas. Still though, good to talk to a human being there. I know I'm only talking to staffers, but it's still nice to kind of, and a lot of these staffers, they know exactly what to say. And if they don't, like, you notice the staffer, like, I don't know. And I appreciate that when you don't know the answer. Okay. Next up, we're going to Connecticut. So the other side of the country. Anyone in the chat from Connecticut? I think I had somebody earlier. Richard. Yes, Richard. Okay, what did he want? I wrote it down at the very beginning, but I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, crap. I don't even know what that says. Oh, well, we got somebody else from Connecticut. All right, let's see. I got to catch up with super chats here. Sorry if I missed any. The reply that they don't respond to non-residents is disappointing since we don't have senators. Whoa, snap. Good point there. Very good point there. Ty, thank you. Connecticut. Can you ask how high of a priority is passing H.R. 5, the Equality Act? Okay, sure. I'll keep that up on the screen. First, we're going to look at Richard Blumenthal. He's been around for a while in the Senate. Looks like for 11 years now, so since 2011. He is definitely left-leaning. I don't know a whole lot about him, but I've seen him speak several times at the Capitol. He's one of those guys who's not afraid to make himself publicly available to the press. He's kind of one of those guys that's like, doesn't really stand out. So let's see, what was he before? Oh, he was in the military before. A Marine Corps Reserve Sergeant, of course, lawyer, but he's also U.S. attorney. So he represented the federal government in district courts and states, courts of appeals. Okay, so Richard, I would assume, supports the Freedom to Vote Act, but we have a constituent here who wants to who wants to know about the Corey, also from Connecticut. Can you ask Senator Murphy why he intends on making himself not very visible to his constituency? Unlike Mr. Blumenthal, he's never here. Okay, I'll bring that up to Murphy when we do that. So, okay, so all right. So we'll do Blumenthal first here. Let's call him. Getting cold down here. 2823.
Hi, it's Dick Blumenthal. Thank you so much for calling my Washington office. I am sorry that if you're receiving this message, either all our lines are busy or you've contacted my office outside normal business hours. Please leave your name, telephone number, and a brief message after the tone, and we will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Hello, Senator Blumenthal. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of your constituent in Connecticut, Ty Hill, who wants to know how high of a priority passing H.R. 5 or the Equality Act is to you. So if I will pass along that message to Ty. If you could please email me your position on that, how high priority H.R. 5 is. My email is iamrbeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you so much for your response, in advance for your response, and thank you for serving our country. As much as I complain about senators, I'm still kissing their butts when I'm leaving messages. He's the first one. Blumenthal is the first one to actually, it's him that left the greeting. So far, he's the first one where it's actually him. Sorry, I missed you, or my staff missed you. So, okay, so left voicemail, but it was actually him in the greeting. Okay, so Senator Chris Murphy, I don't know anything about, and maybe the reason why is like my viewer, Patreon supporter Corey Ryman pointed out, he's not very visible to his constituents, like very hard to, doesn't make many public appearances and doesn't have town halls. Maybe, I don't know much about him, but that's probably why he doesn't make himself. Maybe, so let's see here. Why did it go to his website there? Interesting. Oh, that's because that's a link from the other site. Okay. Let's go to this page again. Sorry, I lost my spot. Okay, so Chris Murphy, let's look him up a little bit here. Christopher Scott Murphy, if I should address him like that, is an American lawyer, author, and politician serving as the junior United States Senator from Connecticut since 2013. Since 2013, I really am out of it. Okay, so he's been there a while, 9 years. Let me look at his political positions. Murphy has been a leading supporter of the Affordable Care Act in the Senate. Okay, well, that's not that radical. He introduced two pieces of legislation, the American Jobs Matter Act and the 21st Century Buy American Act, to close loopholes in the existing Buy American laws and encourage the U.S. government to purchase American-made goods. Interesting. America first. An America first Democrat. So Corey wanted to know why Senator Murphy intends on making himself not very visible to his constituency. I am going to word this in a different way, but I'm going to ask him about that. If he answers, will he answer? Probably not. Will one of his staffers answer? Probably not. We'll see, though. You never know. All right. Calling Christopher Murphy, Senator Murphy from Connecticut.
Senator Murphy's office.
Hello. My name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of Senator Murphy's constituents. And I was just wondering if he's going to make himself available to his constituency anytime soon, like a town hall or something like that.
I do not know of any specific town hall events coming up. Let me look around for any events. Give me one moment.
Okay. First time was put on hold. Let's see. Meanwhile. Oh. Interesting, Alex. Okay.
All right, so we don't have a specific calendar of upcoming events. What I can do is add you to an email list where you would hear about them, or I could take down your info now, and hopefully when we do have one that we know about, we can let you know.
Okay. That's really what I'm calling, because it seems like the senator has been kind of invisible to his constituents. And so I guess this is a request that he does a town hall or something like that. If he could add it to his busy schedule, I would appreciate that.
Could I get your name and address?
I'm just going to give you my email address since I'm out of state. Okay. I am Mr. Beat at gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT at gmail.
All right. Thank you so much. I will definitely forward that along for you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Of course. Have a good day.
Okay. You too. Bye. All right. So Patrick used to do this, huh? Former staffer. I appreciate the civility. Yeah. Heck yeah. I could imagine. I bet I just now realized that they probably have to deal with angry calls all day long. So what a thankless job. Kind of like being a teacher. Thank you for your service, Patrick, and all these staffers' service for doing this. They're good people, generally. Thank you, Great Thorn. Thank you so much. Okay, so let me take notes here on, this is specifically for Corey. I asked if Senator Murphy had any upcoming events open to his constituents, not just special interest. And Bennet. So I suggested that he have a town hall soon and shared my email. I spoke with a staffer who was very nice. Okay. I apologize if some of these notes don't make any sense, but I'm trying to get this down, as I'm not trying to get too tired. So I'm at Connecticut now. I'm up to Delaware. Yeah, Delaware, of course. The butt of many jokes. And of course, the two senators from Delaware, I'm not that familiar with. I'm so sorry if you're from Delaware. But my phone bill. Hey, my phone bill is paid by all the super chats, so it's no problem whatsoever. I did call Kamala Harris at the beginning. Okay. So I'm going to start eating this banana here because I'm getting a little shaky. Drinking coffee and not eating. So far, I've mostly talked to staffers. It's been about half and half talking with staffers and half leaving voicemails. So we'll see this small state of Delaware, see if, like, both in population and actual size. We've got Tom Carper. Oh, wait, Tom Carper is a former U.S. Navy officer and worked in the bureaucracy in Delaware before that, governor of Delaware. Okay. So he's been there in the Senate for representing Delaware since 2001. So 21 years he's been around. So he is and officially a senior U.S. senator. Looks like he is the ranking member or chair of several committees, so very influential. Like I said before, he was governor before he joined the Senate. Oh, there he is as a young man. I don't know. Oh, he actually saw active duty in the Vietnam War. Interesting. So as far as his political positions, interesting. Has a mixed record on abortion. That's the first thing that pops up. I think generally he's in line with most of the Democratic Party. Florida constitutional carry. Okay. Okay. Well, right now we're on Delaware, so let's go ahead and make the call. Oh, Harrison wants to know in Idaho. Okay. In housing crisis. Okay. Interesting. All right. Okay. We're going to call Senator Tom Carper, who, again, I don't know much about, but I'm just going to go ahead, since I haven't heard anyone from Delaware. We're going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act. Okay, two.
Where's office?
Is this Senator Carper's office?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just calling on behalf of his constituents in Delaware, and I wanted to know, I'm pretty sure he supports the Freedom to Vote Act, but I wanted to see, he does?
Yes, he does.
Okay, cool. I wanted to see if he could make any progress trying to convince some of his Republican colleagues that it's a good idea. Do you know if he's been working with any Republicans to try to convince them that it's a good bill?
Yeah, I know it's like I said, he definitely supports the Freedom to Vote Act, and he supports carving out or eliminating the filibuster in order to achieve that. I know everyone pretty much, with some exceptions, we're hoping to get that passed, and it did fail 2 weeks ago. And I think that they are hoping to somehow bring it back up. But, when and how will be up to the leader, Schumer. So right now there's just, a lull in figuring it out. But
yeah.
I'm happy to pass along, your opinion and thoughts, and hope to see him speaking to his Republican colleagues. Can I get your name?
Yeah. My name is Matt Beat. And I actually, I don't live in Delaware, but I still, so I understand if I don't hear feedback, that's fine. I just still wanted to pass along a message.
Yeah, no, definitely. I appreciate that. Can I get your zip code anyways?
Sure. 66049.
Great. Well, thank you for calling. We appreciate it. And like I said, I'm happy to pass along your message.
Sure. Just to reiterate, the two things I guess you could maybe bring to his attention, is, working with Republicans to, because I really do think the Freedom to Vote Act has a lot there for Republicans to like. And then the other thing, if Schumer is going to bring up the filibuster again, then why not just get rid of the silent filibuster? We can keep the talking filibuster. So those are my 2 points.
Yeah, definitely. No, I understand completely, and I'm happy to pass it along. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Have a good one.
You too. Bye. That was a nice little call. Okay, so let me share the document again. That was a staff member for Senator Carper from Delaware, spoke with staff member who said they would pass along my support of ending the silent filibuster and working with Republican colleagues to highlight parts they would like of Freedom to Vote Act. It was a nice call. And I would say, okay, so let me respond to some Gump first policy. All right. Yeah, there's the comment. Why do you just want to get rid of the silent filibuster? I've said this in before, but essentially the silent filibuster makes it so that the senators don't even have to show up to defend their positions. Debate doesn't even have to get started. They can just not talk about stuff, and then therefore they don't even have a debate. Like, they don't even have a conversation about the pros and cons. We don't know anything. The public needs to know this stuff. And, if you're watching C-SPAN and you constantly see a empty Senate chamber with nothing getting done, the silent filibuster often is the reason. Or the talking filibuster is when you have people show up sometimes. And I'm okay with that because they're actually at least hashing it out and having to defend themselves as far as why they're not going to support even voting for a bill. Thanks, Ben. All right, and we're still in Delaware. Eat the banana. Oh, yes, thank you, Riley. I need to eat the banana. I forgot I only took one bite out of it. This is what this stream has turned into. Next up is Christopher Coons, senator from Delaware. I think I'm talking to more staffers than I left more voicemails at this point. I'm getting paid to eat the banana. I love it. Hopefully that's not inappropriate. All right. Will you ever do to politics? Yes. I don't think there's a translation issue, but maybe they're assuming me run for politics. I could see myself doing that, preferably at the state level, as a state representative or state senator. I could see myself doing that. I think Washington, D.C. politics, though, is horrifying. Oh, thank you. No disrespect to the other Mr. B's. Just try to contact my prime minister. Good. Yeah, if you're from out of the country, I also hope to inspire you to do this, in other representative democracies around the world, which they're everywhere. It doesn't take too long. Let them know that we're paying attention to them. There are public servants. Okay, they work for us. Florida man, I love it. What's to stop your average American selling their vote for money? Also, why vote to place for your freedoms in the hands of people you don't know, never met, and are even a part of the same social circle class? Good questions. I totally understand. And I get the cynicism as well. This bill I keep bringing up to the senators, their staff, the Freedom to Vote Act actually will make progress on the issues that you're describing. So I really do think you ought to look at it and consider supporting it. When you get to Idaho, ask one of the senators what they're doing to boost the state's infrastructure because everyone moving to the coast or from the coast. Yeah. I know the two Idaho senators that voted against the infrastructure bill. I don't understand why. They need it. Let me write that down. I kind of like that idea better than the weed and the housing issues, honestly. Maybe they have an alternative bill in mind. I'm assuming they do. When you call Florida senators, can you ask about progress support on the Sunshine Protection Act? Okay. I don't know anything about that. Thanks for bringing it up, Garfinity. As a state senator staffer, I think you would excel in state politics. Maybe call your local reps. Thank you. That's maybe another good idea for another stream. Probably wouldn't do as well as this one, but but thank you so much, Henry. Just posted a question on Ask Europe and linked to your stream to try to help people from other countries learn about U.S. politics. Thank you so much, Tyler. That means a lot. Reddit doesn't like me very well generally, probably because I used to post all my stuff and I got in trouble for that. You can't post your own stuff on Reddit on most subs, or they hate you. They ban you. Okay. Now we are up to Christopher Coons. Christopher Coons representing the great state of Delaware. I have heard of him. I still don't know much about him. What did I? Maybe it was. I think it was an event that he did with Joe Biden, that President Biden. I don't know if he was president at the time, but that's where I remember learning about him. Looks like as county executive of Newcastle County from 2005 to 2010, he balanced the county budget with a surplus in fiscal year 2010 by cutting spending and raising taxes. Interesting. That's radical. Oh, sorry. So he has been in the Senate since 2010, so 12 years. He's been around, similar to his colleague from Delaware. Anybody in the chat from Delaware? Okay. Is Senator Biden from watching? Senator Biden. President Biden. Is President Biden watching? One of the most overlooked issues is our zoning laws that are deliberately created so that local governments can make more money. Ooh. Oh. No, thanks. Okay. Thank you, Junie. So Coons is the one who took over after Biden became vice president. That makes sense. Okay. We're going to call him. We're doing it. I have to actually manually enter all these numbers, which I'm not used to. I'm just going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act.
Hello, this is Gavin from Senator Coons' office. How can I help you today?
Yeah, this is Senator Coons' office, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, my reception is bad. I'm just calling on behalf of the constituents of Delaware, and I want to. I'm pretty sure that Senator Coons is a supporter of the Freedom to Vote Act, right?
Yes.
Okay. I was wondering. I guess this is just mainly a request, but if Senator Coons could please consider working with some Republican colleagues in the Senate to convince them that there's actually parts of that bill that they would like, and highlight those in order to convince them to support the bill.
Sure. Would you mind giving me your zip code so I could pass this along to Senator Coons?
Sure. I'm out of state, but 66049 is my zip code.
Got it. Well, we really appreciate you calling today, and I hope you have a nice day.
Oh, okay. You too. Thank you.
Yep.
Bye. Well, that was short and sweet, but at least, So a staffer for Senator Christopher Coons. It sounded like he was answered. He answered in his car, but the reception was bad. But yeah, took down. Oh, a staffer took down my request. Didn't ask for an email or anything. Just a zip code. I'm going to copy and paste what I said earlier with Senator Carper's staffer. To request working with Republican colleagues to highlight parts of they would like of the Freedom to Vote Act, and And it was a short call. Maybe that's good because I need to move along here. Okay, so we are up to Florida, and I've already had requests for Florida. Here's Rhode Island. Andrew, Langevins retirement. Okay. Open seats are rare around here, so I'm really excited. This is my first election over 18. Okay. Rhode Island. I didn't expect that. And a Mets fan. I don't know. Is that how you pronounce his name? Langevin? Okay. So maybe look at potential replacements for him. All right. And we are up to Florida. Florida is the third most populous state in the country. Okay. We've got a senator who is well known, mostly because he ran for president as an opponent to Donald Trump for the nomination for the Republican Party back in 2016, which seems so long ago to me for some reason. But Marco Rubio, who is a Cuban American, shout out to the Cuban American population based down in southern Florida. It's a very politically active population. He's from Miami, fairly conservative consistently, voted with Trump, I would assume, most of the time, although back in 2016, he talked a lot of trash about Trump, saying Trump was, unhinged, basically. Came around to Trump later on. He has a big influence on foreign policy, especially with regards to Latin America. He's on several committees. One thing that's interesting about Rubio lately is that he's been, if you remember all the talk about the UFOs they discovered and that being made public last year, he was on the committee to investigate that. And I saw an interview he did with 60 Minutes that was fascinating, and he really is into this stuff. I am curious to what he would say with the Freedom to Vote Act. I don't think he probably would actually say the standard states' rights argument, but we're not going to ask him that because I've had viewers like you from Florida who have other concerns. Now, somebody brought up constitutional carry and the Sunshine Protection Act. Not sure about the Sunshine Protection Act, so I'm going to Google that. Protection Act. Which one is this? Sunshine Protection Act of 2021. Looks like there's 33 co-sponsors. Oh, Rubio, he reintroduced the bill to make, holy crap, this is that one. Okay. It's a reintroduced bill to make daylight saving time permanent. Yes, this is a great one. A lot of Republicans and Democrats on board. This is a bipartisan legislation here. Okay, I'm going to ask him about this. This is terrific. Okay, I love it. I'm sorry, but I know this is not as important as some of the other stuff, but let's ask Senator Rubio about the Sunshine Protection Act. I love the name of it. It makes it sound more important than it actually probably is, but it is important. Okay. Okay, what's his number? 3041. Now, he's a little bit younger, too. He's about 15 years older than me.
Hello. Thank you for calling Senator Rubio's Washington, D.C. office. If you would like to leave a comment about an issue, please press 1. To hear our office hours or location, please press 2. If you are interested in setting up a tour or requesting a flag, please press 3. If you need to speak with a member of our office, please press 4. To hear these options again, please press the star.
We're going to talk to a staffer. If they answer.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of United States Senator Marco Rubio for Florida. Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. If you are receiving this message within those hours, we apologize for the inconvenience as we are busy assisting other callers. If you are calling regarding a legislative issue,
Please leave your opinion and the zip code in Florida you are calling from after the tone. If you are calling to reach a specific staff member, please leave a detailed message after the tone, and someone will be back to you shortly. If you are calling regarding casework, please call our Orlando, Florida office toll-free. That number is 1-866-630-7106. We would also encourage you to visit our website for timely updates at www.rubio.senate.gov. Thank you so much for calling, and have a nice day.
Senator Rubio, this is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of your constituents of Florida, but also the entire country. And I disagree with you on some issues, but I want to really congratulate you on the great reintroduction of a bill to make daylight savings time permanent. The country is with you. We all agree that daylight saving time is ridiculously, like the fact that we have to go switch our clocks twice a year and it screws everybody's sleep schedules, and I could go on and on. It's a bad idea. So I appreciate the work and keep it up. And also I want you to consider the Freedom to Vote Act. It's a great bill as well. If you could please email me to let me know your position on that. I am Mr. Beat at gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. That's where you can give me your feedback on that. I realize this is somebody from your staff is going to hear this though, but thank you to the staff member as well for passing this along. And tell the senator, thank you for his service. That was, so yeah, I could have just said nice things there about this Sunshine Protection Act. But no, I could have left a message, or I could have talked to a staffer, but it appears that they went to lunch. So I'm assuming it's 1:36 local time in DC. So left a voicemail for a staffer thanking Senator Rubio for the support of the Sunshine Protection Act and bringing to his attention the Freedom to Vote Act, which I've been bringing up to many other senators. Okay, we're still with Florida. Now, a senator that I'm less enthusiastic about, and that is Senator Rick Scott, who I think is often heavily influenced by corporate interests. I'm going to leave it at that so I don't sound like I'm just trashing him. But I think I'm going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act. I really think that he needs to hear about it. So if you're from Florida, I know someone brought up constitutional carry, but I think I'm just going to keep bringing up the Voting Act to him. Okay, and if you don't know who, let's take a look at, if you don't know who Rick Scott is, he's also fairly well known. I mean, if you're a senator for a large state like Florida, or a populous state, I should say, then usually the senators are more, well known. It's a little bigger there. So before he was senator of Florida, he's only been senator for Florida for about 3 years now. He was governor of Florida for 8 years, and he's always been a somewhat controversial figure in Florida. I know that. As far as his policy positions, more or less pretty standard Republican Party positions. I want to know exactly what he's doing in the Senate, though. Haven't been following him too closely as far as his activities in the Senate. I don't think I've even seen him on the floor since he's been in the Senate. So let's see here. He's on committees: Armed Services, Commerce, Science and Transportation, Homeland Security and Government Affairs, Budget and Aging. He's a very wealthy man. Goes into that there. So yeah. Okay, we got somebody here ask Scott why he supports the Timely Justice Act. The Timely Justice Act. I don't know what that is, so I'm Googling that. Sorry that I'm ignorant about a lot of these bills. Let's see if we can just find the actual bill. No, that's not that's the state. Are you talking about the state bill? Oh, okay, it's a state bill. Yeah, I'm leaving out state bills, I've decided. Sorry. All right, let's give him a call. Good old Senator Scott from Florida, the Sunshine State.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Rick Scott from Florida. Our normal business hours are Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 6 p.m. Although we are open, we are continuing to operate under a reduced staff. Therefore, if you are receiving this message within those hours, please leave a message and your call will be forwarded to the proper personnel. If you would like to leave a legislative opinion for Senator Scott, please leave those details after the tone, including the zip code in Florida you are calling from. We do apologize for missing your call, and thank you for your comments. Have a great day.
Hello, my name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of your constituents in Florida. Senator Scott, I would like you to know that you should consider supporting the Freedom to Vote Act, which I think is a good bill. There's a lot of good there that both Republicans and Democrats can get behind. So if you could tell me your position on the Freedom to Vote Act and why you have that position, I would appreciate that. You can email me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you for your time and responding, and thank you for your service. Just talk trash about him, then I'm... Okay, so that went right to the voicemail. No option to talk to a staffer. So let me put that spreadsheet up here. Again, I'm going to add this spreadsheet to the description of the video when the stream is done. We left a lot of voice messages, and which I kind of expected. And there's, they said they're working with a reduced staff because of the pandemic. I thought that was interesting. It's the first time I heard that. All right, moving not that far away, just north to Georgia. Georgia's kind of exciting because they have two brand new senators that were elected in kind of a new type of election in Georgia. They had a runoff situation. And so this was a second election shortly after a first one in November 2020. And so it was in January 2021. And they both are Democrats that barely beat their Republican opponents. We got Jon Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, who got a lot of the attention from the national media and press in the weeks and months leading up to the election. So I think most of you watching are at least familiar with these two. But in case you're not, let's take a quick look at. So Jon Ossoff, he is younger than me. He's actually 6 years younger than me. It's kind of weird. He's born in 87. Wow. So he was a documentary film producer. I remember that. He was a journalist. So I have a lot of respect for journalists. But other than that, I don't know much about him. I know he's mostly moderate, but on some random issues, he's more left-leaning, which I find fascinating. But he's also one of those guys that doesn't really focus much on culture war stuff. And I appreciate that about him. Like he's talking about real policies and issues a lot of the time. Minnesota here. Can you ask either Amy or Tina about their stance on climate change and their thoughts on the Line 3 pipeline? Okay, Line 3 pipeline actually might be better to be more specific about. Tell Jon Ossoff to speedrun Minecraft Classic. Somebody said, Jon Ossoff is not moderate. Are you high? He tries to present himself that way, but at least he did during his campaign. But yeah, no, I just said that he's very left-leaning on certain issues for sure. Okay. So, oh yeah, he's also, isn't he Jewish? The first Jewish senator from the Deep South since Benjamin Jonas. Thought that was interesting. And it was because of the Georgia election, the special election runoff in 2020, that the Democrats got the slim majority in the Senate, which they will most likely lose after the midterm elections this year, by the way. Okay, let's give Senator Ossoff a call. Is it Ossoff or Ossoff? Ossoff. Ossoff. Look at these things. Correctly.
We are looking at how to pronounce
I love this guy's channel.
of this American politician and investigative journalist. He is the Democratic Party nominee for the 2020 U.S. Senate election in Georgia. How do you go about pronouncing his name? Jon Ossoff.
Jon Ossoff. Here we go.
Hello, this is Senator Jon Ossoff, representing the state of Georgia. Thank you so much for contacting my office in Washington, D.C. Serving you is my highest priority. So to leave a comment for me or a member of my staff, please dial 1. Or to speak with a member of my staff now, please dial 2.
Okay. I'm going to ask him about the filibuster, I think. Well, we'll see. Let's start with the...
Thank you for calling Senator Jon Ossoff's office. This is Austin. How may I help you?
Hi, Austin. My name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of Georgia's constituents. I'm actually from out of state, though. But I just wanted to see if he did fully support the Freedom to Vote Act.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My next question is, and this is more of a request, if you could pass along to him the message of if he could please work with some of his Republican colleagues to highlight the parts of the bill that actually they would like. Because there are parts of it, they're just like, this actually makes some sense, like that Republicans would like it.
I'm sorry, sir. You are kind of cutting in and out. Could you repeat the last part of your question or statement?
Sure. If Senator Ossoff could try to work with some Republican colleagues on the Freedom to Vote Act, because some of the bill is actually very Republican friendly. So if he could highlight those Republican friendly parts to his Senate colleagues and that are Republicans, that's my message to him.
Yes, sir. Absolutely. I can certainly pass that message along to the senator. Could I get your name, zip code, and email address, please?
Sure. My name is Matt Beat.
Okay. Can you spell that? Can you spell the last name, please?
Yeah, it's B-E-A-T, like beat a drum.
Okay. And then your zip code?
It's 66049.
And then your email address?
I am Mr. Beat at Gmail. That's IAMMRBEAT at Gmail.
Awesome.
All right.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for calling, sir. I certainly will pass it along to the senator.
Okay. Thank you so much.
All right.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day. You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. Yeah. I wonder if he knew. He like hesitated. Like, is this Mr. Beat? Like he knew. Because I have a feeling a lot of these staffers, like, well, they probably are really into American political history, and I imagine they've at least seen one of my videos before. So I'm wondering if somebody's okay. Anyway, so yeah, again, Senator Ossoff is one. He's like, I think he's the youngest senator currently. Yeah, he is. Since 1980. Wow. So he's this young, hip, exciting senator. Some people are already talking about him running for president someday. Oh, I forgot to bring up Speedrun Minecraft Classic. I'm so sorry. Okay. But no, spoke briefly with a member of his staff to pass along the same message I brought up earlier to the senators from Delaware. Request to work with Republican colleagues to highlight parts they would like of the Freedom to Vote Act. Also a short call. Also got my email, zip code, and name, which shows me at least that, they're being sincere, Okay. We're still at Georgia. Let's see what we got here. General Washburn. Hello from down the road in Edgerton. Nice. I don't have a question for any senators, but I did want to ask if it was okay for me to email you a question I have concerning something else. Absolutely. And I've said my email many times throughout this live stream, so I think you know it. Thank you. Citizen Wayne, thank you. Call Cruiser Gomertz and ask how they reconcile support for Keystone XL with their views on prop rights and small government, given the use of eminent domain and HD1. Ooh. Okay. So Texas will be a little while, but let me go ahead and write that down. Reconcile support for Keystone XL. Given use of eminent domain and HD1. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good question there, Citizen Wayne. Whoa, thank you, Jorge. Brazilian. Oh, that's that's Brazilian money. Okay, thank you. I lived in California for years and saw how the two-party system is broken. The Overton is very right-tilted, with the D's being considered left, but elsewhere they likely be center at best. Do you see a possibility of this changing in the near future? Yes, I do. I already think the pendulum's swinging a little bit. I see it with some of the populism I'm seeing on the right now, which actually resembles some of the populism that I've seen on the left in recent years. So it's kind of a sneakily happening. But yeah, definitely. And if you just look at the popularity of a show like Breaking Points, political commentary that's populist mostly, that unites people on the left and right, you're seeing that. Okay. Losing my voice. Raphael Warnock. So a little bit about him. He used to be a pastor. Him and Ossoff didn't have any political experience. So they're two exciting senators, really. They're new to the game, and I think that's a big reason why they were appealing. Warnock is the first African-American to represent Georgia in the Senate and the first African-American Democrat to be elected to the Senate by a former state of the Confederacy. So that was a big thing. He was a big activist as well while he was pastor at Ebenezer Baptist Church in Atlanta. As far as political positions, I believe they're pretty standard. Yeah, they're pretty standard for most Democrats, I believe. So he's a pretty inspiring guy, though, as far as like charismatic, good speaker, stuff like that. Let's go ahead and give him a ring, or give his office a ring, I should say.
Thank you for calling the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Warnock. Currently, all of our staff are assisting other callers, or our office is closed. Please leave a message including your name and contact information. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Warnock. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of your constituents in Georgia, although I'm from out of state. Just wanted to... I think I'm pretty sure you support the Freedom to Vote Act, and I'm just hoping that you do. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with it, but to check it out again, I think it's a good bill, and many of your constituents agree with that. So if you could also work with your Republican colleagues on the parts that they like, because there's a lot to like from the Freedom to Vote Act for both Republicans and Democrats. So that is why I'm calling. If you could respond by email to let me know you got this message, I'd appreciate it. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. Thank you in advance for your response and taking the time to listen to this. And thanks to your staff in particular. And thank you for your service. Another voicemail. Went right to the voicemail. No option to talk to a staffer. So maybe the staff's at lunch. I don't know. So leaving a note here for Senator Warnock, left a voicemail message. This is it's already almost 1 o'clock local time. This is crazy. Okay, we're moving to the opposite end of the country, way out west, almost so far west that we're east, and that's Hawaii, a Democratic stronghold for many decades now. We've got a young fellow and an older person who are very different. I don't know much about them. We got Brian, I don't even know how you pronounce his name. I think it's Schatz. And Maisie Hirono, who I'm more familiar with. But Brian apparently used to be a teacher, worked for a nonprofit, was governor of Hawaii and in local government before he entered politics. I don't know much about him at all. Oh, we got some. Okay, sorry if I missed super chats in advance. I know. Rhode Island here again. Not a question about a particular senator, but do you think that a libertarian/Ron Paul Republican is likely to come out of the shadows in the near future and do well nationally? Well, that might be Rand Paul. I still think he's a little too divisive, though. So he might have to moderate his positions on certain things and kind of chill out about certain culture war issues. But yeah, definitely. It'd have to be more a person who's more savvy. Good question. Okay, so Brian, let's see how you pronounce his name. Got to get this right.
Brian Schatz.
Okay, good. I was right. So, like I said, I don't know much about him. I'm assuming that as a Democrat, he supports the Freedom to Vote Act, but I'm going to say the same message I left for the other Democratic senators recently, I think, unless somebody is from Hawaii who has something else that's pressing. You got to be from Hawaii, though. Just to clarify, do you think it would be more likely for the Dem to move left than the two-party system to be changed? I don't think this would change much considering the party divide. Yeah, I do. The Democratic Party has not been moving that far left, though, lately. I mean, they're staying pretty close to the centrist positions on most issues. So, but yeah, good follow-up there. I'm sorry if I wasn't clear on that. Okay, we're going to call Brian. Oh, well, this is in a different order, but that's okay. Brian Schatz, Senator Schatz from Hawaii. Man, how do they do it? Going all the way from Hawaii to DC, back and forth. That is crazy. See, if he's even in DC, it'd be crazy, huh?
Aloha, and thank you for calling the office of Senator Brian Schatz. Our hours of operation are daily from 8:30 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. Please feel free to leave us a message, or you can also contact us at our website at www.schatz.senate.gov. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Schatz. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of your constituents in Hawaii, but I'm not a resident myself. I would love to be, though. But yeah, I just wanted to let you know that the Freedom to Vote Act is something worth fighting for. It has something for Republicans and Democrats, and I really think that you and your colleagues should really aggressively move forward with passing it with or without a filibuster. There are parts of it that Republicans can get behind, and so I think you should work with your Republican colleagues. So that said, I would appreciate your feedback to let me know you got this message. You can email me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. That's right. It's 9 a.m. in Hawaii right now. Okay, yeah. So thank you in advance for your response and for listening to this, and thank you for your service. All right. So you can tell I'm getting a little tired because I'm getting distracted from the chat okay. So left a voice message. I liked how he said aloha there, and it was him. He's the second senator to actually leave the greeting. That's pretty cool. Another younger guy, former teacher, respect to that. What is so good about the Voting Rights Act? Are you new here, Braden? Did you just join us? But thank you for the super chat. I've linked it in the description. Check it out. Hi, Mr. Beat. Greetings from Argentina. Whoa. I would like to know your opinion on what would have happened if the 2020 election ended in a tie in Electoral College. I still don't understand how it works. I'm going to link a great video for you to check out about that. I have not made a video about that, but CGP Grey, of course, did. So I'm going to try to find that. I used to show this with my students, actually. I'm sure many of you in the chat could say that you and also enjoyed it and probably have seen it. It's an oldie but a goodie. So I am putting a link to it in the chat. Oops. That's a little slow. All right. Thank you for your curiosity, and Argentina represent. Oh, crap. I missed a super chat a few minutes ago. You seem to have missed it. Oh, sorry. Could you please take a look? It's kind of an important question. Oh, so you want to play, huh? Is the... I don't see it. Was it a while ago? Dang it. That's not... If you watch the beginning of the stream, I go into why I support the bill. I go into in depth about why I support it. Well, crap. I don't know. I must have missed it somehow. Could you say it again as not super chat? Could you say it again? Happy. Oh, they left personal messages. That's right. Tuberville and Padilla also left personal messages. Crap. I'm gonna modify. I'm gonna modify. Gosh, how did I screw that up? It shows you how tired I am already. Oh, but Padilla didn't have a personal greeting because I didn't hear the personal greeting because a staffer answered. Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, they are. Yes. Oh, hey, Ezra. Yes, I'm going to make the state songs. It's on my to-do list. You betcha. You betcha. You know it. Okay. I got to keep moving along here, guys. So we're still at Hawaii. We've got Maisie Hirono. I'm sorry I didn't find that other super chat, by the way. So Maisie Hirono has been there since 2013. She as far as I know, she's pretty popular. She was the only Asian in the Senate, Asian American in the Senate, all the way from 2013 to 2017 until Senator Duckworth and Senator Harris joined. She was born in Japan, and she's Buddhist, so that's interesting, but she's non-practicing. As far as her beliefs, pretty left-leaning from what I could gather. Looks like it's funny how abortion is always listed here. Yeah, I know she's, I'm pretty sure she's for universal health care, but it doesn't really, oh yeah, here it is, Medicare for all. Because I remember seeing a speech by her about it. Okay. That's a good point there, Jim. The 10 conservation groups who filed a lawsuit challenging Idaho's extreme wolf trapping laws that could kill 90% of the great wolves here and endangered grizzlies. Man, a lot of folks from Idaho watching. That's impressive. Okay. Lawsuit. I have a lot to pick from for Idaho, so I don't know if I'm going to do that, but I appreciate you suggesting that. Okay, so let's give Senator Hirono a call. It is bright and early in Hawaii currently.
Aloha, and thank you for calling the office of U.S. Senator Mazie K. Hirono. The Capitol complex is currently closed to all non-official personnel due to concerns regarding the novel coronavirus or COVID-19. All Capitol Visitor Center and White House tours have been temporarily suspended. Senator Hirono's office is also closed. However, our staff is working remotely, so if you need assistance, please leave a detailed message, including your name, email address, and phone number, so that we may respond to your call as soon as possible. Thank you.
Senator Hirono, this is Matt Beat. I'm not from Hawaii, but I'm calling on behalf of your constituents. And I wanted you to know that the Freedom to Vote Act is a good bill, and we all support it. Well, many of us do. I shouldn't say we all. And I think it's worth fighting for. There's something there for Republicans and Democrats, and I would like for you to work with Republican senators, your colleagues, because there are parts of the bill that they also would like, if they truly came at it with an open mind. So if you could work with your Republican colleagues in the Senate to pass the Freedom to Vote Act, that would be great. You can email me to let me know that you got this message at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. Thank you for listening in advance for your, and thank you in advance for your response, and thank you for your service. Aloha. Okay. I'm getting a lot of voice messages. That's the first time where I heard anything about the Capitol being closed. So is this a new development because of the coronavirus concerns? I don't know what's going on here. Anyway, she also, we're getting more messages now. It's like they all went in and changed it or something. No, these are other greetings from the actual senators. So maybe it's more common than I thought. So I'm getting more and more voicemails, though. That's not good. It's going straight to voicemail. That's not a good sign. Crap. Another Idaho viewer here. Can you ask Senators Risch and Croppa what they are doing to keep the public land from being sold to private entities? And what are they doing to make sure we have resources to fight wildfires? Okay, I'll write that down there. I don't know. I might be focusing on infrastructure for Idaho because it is one of the fastest growing states right now. Well, at least the Boise area is. Boise. Okay. I think I got the super chats caught up. I apologize again if I miss any. Okay. So we are up to Idaho, like you said. So we've got lots of issues. All my Idaho viewers have mentioned that somebody mentioned marijuana legalization, constitutional carry, public infrastructure, housing crisis. We had actually one that really kind of stands out. I'm going to go back to, I like this one here is I'm going to focus on this one. This is very specific, and maybe I can at least bring it to their attention. I don't know anything about it, so I'm just a conduit here. I'm like but yeah, we've got from Hawaii to Idaho, we've got Mike Crapo. What a name. Is that how you pronounce it, or is it Crapo? It is?
Mike Crapo.
It's Crapo.
Mike Crapo.
Crapo. If I just called them up and said, hey, Crapo, that would be interesting. So I don't know anything about Senator Crapo. Looks like he's a senior U.S. Senator. He's been around a while, since 1999. But he's been in Congress since 1992. Started out in the House. Very easily elected, apparently. He defeated his only opponent, writing Democratic candidate Scott McClure in 2004 with 99% of the vote. Interesting. But it looks like his popularity is not as high as it used to be. I don't know anything about him, but let's go ahead and ask him. And then the other senator, I'll ask the infrastructure question too. So it looks like he was a lawyer before. After Idaho, I'm going to have to go back to the bathroom here and take a little break.
Senator Crapo's office. How can we help you?
Yeah, I am not from Idaho, but I'm calling on behalf of an Idaho resident, and I wanted to get Senator Crapo's opinion on this. Maybe you could tell me. What are his thoughts about the conservation groups who filed a lawsuit challenging Idaho's wolf trapping laws that could kill 90% of the great wolves there and endanger grizzlies? You know anything about that?
I have not spoken to him about that. I'm sorry.
Okay, can we bring it to his attention?
Yep, I will. I will bring it to his attention. I will pass on your comments to him.
Okay, you want to get my information?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, my name is Matt Beat.
Okay, Matt Beach.
Beat, B-E-A-T, like known on the internet as Mr. Beat, like beat a drum.
Okay, like that. Yep.
Okay, and my email is iamMrBeat@gmail. So that's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, just to reiterate here, the point, how Senator Crapo thinks about these 10 conservation groups that are they filed a lawsuit challenging Idaho's wolf trapping laws, and these laws could kill up to 90% of the great wolves here, some estimates, and also endanger grizzlies. So that's a concern here for my friend from Idaho.
Yes, sir. All right, I will pass on your comments to the senator then.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Have a good day.
You too. Bye. Okay, so he did not seem too excited to take down my information, and I wonder if this information is actually going to get to Senator Crapo. But I'm going to write that down. Unenthusiastic staffer. I hope I don't get anyone fired. Took down. No, I'm not going to write it that way. No, he was enthusiastic. It's just that he did. I don't know. Didn't seem that excited about lawsuits against wolf trapping laws. I am not confident Senator Crapo will get my message, but we shall see. I'm doing follow-ups to all these, by the way. So just now we're up to the next Idaho Senator, James Risch. Is that how you pronounce it? Here he is. Oh, he has a YouTube.
Jim Resch.
Resch.
Hello from Washington, D.C.
Resch.
I'm Jim Resch. Hello from Washington.
Look at that. 474 subscribers. Come on now. Come on. Well, I also subscribe to you, buddy. Thank you for your work. Okay. Yeah. Positive reinforcement here. So Senator Resch from Idaho, we're going to ask him about the infrastructure bill that he did not support and see if there's any alternatives to that. Okay. But just a little bit of information about Senator Resch. He is a former professor and a rancher and nonprofit organization executive and a lawyer. He's 78 years old. So that Crapo and Resch are maybe about to retire soon, you'd think. He looks like he's a chair of multiple committees, ranking member. He's been a senator since 2009. So lots of experience in the Senate over the years. Let's just go ahead and give him a call. Jim Resch with the great YouTube channel. (2752).
Your call cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again, or dial 611 for customer assistance.
I entered it wrong. I'm sorry. See, my mistake. My bad. There we go. Come on now.
Senator Risch's office. This is Connor speaking.
Yeah, my name is Matt Beat, and I was just calling to see. I know that Senator Resch voted down the infrastructure bill a couple months ago, whenever that was. But I was wondering if he would support any kind of other infrastructure needs that the state of Idaho has, because I know some of his constituents are worried about, the quickly growing population, and see if he had any plans for more infrastructure funding for Idaho.
Sure. Are you referring to the Build Back Better Act or the bipartisan infrastructure deal?
The bipartisan infrastructure deal.
So the senator actually voted for that.
Oh, okay. Was it his colleague, Senator Crapo, that voted against it then?
They both voted for it.
Okay.
I believe Idaho's House members voted against it in the House.
Oh, it was the House. Okay. Well, I appreciate him voting for that. Okay. I have another question, if that's okay. Okay. So my other concern is I'm a big fan of the Freedom to Vote Act. And if you could let the senator know that it's a good bill, there's a lot there that Republicans can get behind, and I think it's another good bipartisan bill. Could you have him reconsider that bill?
Yeah, I'll pass that message along for you.
Sure, just to make sure it's the Freedom to Vote Act. It's the one that Senator Manchin brought forward, and I think that it's a good bill to. Because like I said, there's parts of it that Republicans would like the making sure that voting ID is not taken away, that it's still there for secure elections and stuff like that. But there's also stuff like making Election Day a national holiday. That's not something I think that everybody wants. So,
yeah, I'll pass it along to the senator for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thanks for calling.
All right, thanks. All right. Wow, I feel a little embarrassed because I didn't realize that the senators from Idaho both actually supported the infrastructure bill. So I can blame the person in the chat who told me. No, but at least I brought to his attention the Freedom to Vote Act, although we'll see if he actually gets the message. That was, again, a staffer. If you're just now joining us, by the way, I have been doing this for 3 hours and 20 minutes. Well, I started actually calling senators about 3 hours ago. I'm calling every senator in American, in the United States right now, not American history. Most of them are dead. I'm calling every American U.S. senator. It's taking a while. Most of them, actually, I'd say it's been about 60% of them. It's been a staffer who answers, or you can talk to a member of their staff. So not the actual senator. And then the other 40% have been voicemails. I've left voicemails. So it's been pretty interesting. So with Senator Resch from Idaho, I spoke to a staffer who did not take down my information and said he would pass along my support of the Freedom to Vote Act. Now we are up to Illinois. I'm very familiar with Illinois. I'm there all the time. I have relatives that live in the Chicago area. Before we get there, I'm going to go to the bathroom. See, there's some more super chats, so try not to miss any. Okay, I just got this. I'm sorry. Yeah. All right. Well, dang it. Sorry. A lot of viewers from Idaho, though. Shout out to Idaho. It seems like a wonderful place. Oh, somebody said that Senator Croppo is running for re-election this year, by the way. So that's something I didn't know. Okay, I'll come that way. I'm going to take a little break here. We'll get down your Iowa. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and I'll leave that up while I go to the bathroom again, take a little break. So stick around. Be back in less than 5. All right. Got a refill of the coffee in the mug. This video is not sponsored by Cliff Bar. And I still got some Cheez-Its that Mrs. Beat brought me. So thank you. Mrs. Beats says that she maybe could pick up the kids from school if this keeps going, because this is going longer than I anticipated. But yeah, we are up to Illinois. Iowa's coming up. Not Chuck Productions wanted to know their stance on American Samoan citizenship, as well if they have plans for territorial rights. Legislation regarding territories is the most undervalued issue in U.S. Okay, I'm going to do that. Iowa. All right. Thank you, Not Chuck Productions. All right. What else here? Any other super chats that I missed? Chicago, Illinois here. There we go. Use 1060 with Addison Street, Chicago, Illinois. Oh, okay. All right. Ripley Field. All right. Mm-hmm. Excuse me. If you heard that weird noise, that was me swallowing. I'm sorry. That's gross. So from Illinois, like I said, I'm a big fan of Illinois, although it has a long history of corruption in government and inefficiencies in government, wasteful spending, neglected rural towns. A lot of attention gets focused on Chicago. No disrespect, Jonathan, but they do a lot of things right too, and it is a wonderful place to visit. So first of all, we got Senator Dick Durbin, who I am very familiar with. He's been around for a while, since 1997. So he's a senior senator, U.S. senator. He has been the Senate Democratic Whip since 2005. So he's held a lot of power for a long time. So that's the second highest position in the Democratic leadership in the Senate. Of course, now he's Majority Whip this past year. He chairs the Senate Judiciary Committee, which is a very important committee. And before he was in the Senate, he was in the House, going back all the way to 1983. He's 77 years old. So another career politician who is, he's been around so long in the Senate that the guy before him was Paul Simon, not the singer, but the Senator Paul Simon. So that shows you. So he's been consistently a left-leaning guy, votes along party lines typically. But yeah, let's go ahead and bring up the funding for green public transportation. I like it. I'm going to give him a call. Senator Durbin from the great state of Illinois.
Senator Durbin's office.
Yeah, I'm calling, or my name is Matt, and I'm calling on behalf of constituents in Illinois. I don't live in the state, but I visit there often. Can you pass along a message for Senator Durbin for me, please?
Yes, of course. I would just need your zip code if that's okay.
Oh, sure. It's 66049.
Thank you. And what can I take down for you today, sir?
Yeah, I was wondering if he could look for ways to pass more bills. And I know part of this is in Build Back Better, but maybe if you could strip these parts out of Build Back Better, since that has not done well. But more more funding for green public transportation. For example, the CTA Red Line extension in Chicago. I do have an address.
I can definitely pass that along for you.
Okay, thank you. Actually, yeah, I have a constituent, a friend in Chicago that would like to hear feedback on, or like a response about this. Can I leave an address for you?
Sure.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I can't take that info over the phone. However, this constituent is more than welcome to use the contact button that is on the senator's website. That will allow them to submit an email to our office, to which we will respond to via email as well.
Okay, that's fine. All right, so yeah, if you could just pass along to Senator Durbin how important I think it is that we invest more in green public transportation.
Okay, thank you so much for your call today.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, they were nice. I'm not the most enthusiastic actually about federal funding for something like this. Although I support it, I think there are better ways to invest money to promote renewable energy and ways to fight climate change. I'm a big fan of public transportation. Living in more compact cities to promote more pedestrian-friendly things, bike-friendly, all that. But yeah, very good thing to bring up, Jonathan. So let me document this here. Left message with staff member. It was very nice about requesting more funding for green public transportation. We'll see if he gets the message. The other senator from Illinois is another, I would say, high-profile senator, Tammy Duckworth. She's a little bit younger. She's been around in the Senate since 2017. What did she do again before she was? She was in the Army National Guard. Looks like was she a nurse? I didn't know that she was a nurse. And she was in the administration of Barack Obama, also served in the House before that. But yeah, she's definitely somebody who stands out with her unique background, I would say, compared to most senators in there. For starters, she's a woman, which is kind of sad that, that makes you stand out. It should be more 50-50, you'd think. But yeah, she is a veteran. She's the first Thai American woman elected to Congress. So she was born in Thailand. She also has a disability, and the first the first female double amputee in the Senate. I didn't know. Okay, so there was another one. Interesting. But yeah, along with Mazie Hirono, who I mentioned earlier, and Kamala Harris, she's the second of three Asian American women who have been in the U.S. Senate over the last few years. Like I said, she's been in there 5 years now. Looks like she's an assistant secretary, or no, she's vice chair of the Democratic National Committee. That's the other thing I was going to mention. Okay, enough with that. She's pretty reliably left-leaning. Okay, is there any other people in the chat from Illinois? Now's your chance. Okay. There's Massachusetts. Could you ask Warren and Markey if they would support a Senate version of the bipartisan Food Allergy Research Caucus? Interesting. I'll write that down. Of the bipartisan. A lot of these are fairly benign stuff, right? Not that exciting. But sometimes the not exciting stuff goes a long ways. It has a huge impact. So thank you for bringing all this stuff up. And thank you for all the donations, by the way. It's funding my Cliff Bars. And Junie, both my senators, Durbin and Duckworth, are pretty liberal. So I would like to know if they would. Okay, we'll do this. I'll leave this on the screen to see if there's anyone else that had a pressing thing in the super chats. Oh, thank you, Ryan, for the super chat donation, Ryan Friedman. Okay, there's a lot of comments I missed when I was going to the bathroom. Oh, okay, Ryan's also from, let's see what Ryan says here. So you have Medicare for all if it's ever brought in the Senate. Ryan is also from Illinois. I was wondering if Durbin has an idea for when a hearing on Biden's SCOTUS pick will take place. Okay, crap. I should have left that message. That is something that perhaps I can bring up to Schumer. I'll bring that up to Schumer when I talk to him. When I leave a message for Schumer that way, because I know that when will hearing for Biden's SCOTUS pick be? All right. Oh, wow. Indiana, can you ask Senators Young and Braun if they would support a medical cannabis bill? I feel it could really help those suffering from chronic pain, mental and physical. All right. I had another Indiana one on here about gerrymandering, but I can also sneak that in here maybe. That's a good one. Okay. All right. Let's see. I didn't miss any here. I asked the Illinois senator is a former supporter of Biden's pick for you. Oh, okay. Okay. I kind of want to go the. Oh, after. Okay. Let me add that part. Before or after. I kind of want to go with the Medicare for all thing, to be honest, for the question for Senator Duckworth. I'm trying to write this down here. Wow, look at all this stuff. Okay, can you ask about what's happening with DACA and who everyone applied? Okay. All right. Sorry I missed all the Durbin ones here. On transit and Amtrak. I've ridden the Amtrak from Kansas to Chicago. Shout out to that. How are we going to fix the Bears? They'll be better next year. Don't you worry. Okay. Man, we have more super chats. Thank you so much. Appreciate more communication in general. Ooh, I like that one. Nice to know if they support ranked choice voting and third party. Ranked choice. I like that even better. I might go with the ranked choice thing. Third party participation would greatly benefit with ranked choice voting. Had to leave at center. Caught in any cool updates? Still talking to staffers. Mostly been positive. It's been going pretty well. New York, Schumer, where he stands with getting rid of the Electoral College. Okay, I can add that to the. Maybe I can add that, or I can ask the other senator from New York. What's her name? Gosh, you know. Yeah, mine's blanking right now. Okay, I'm caught up with super chats. Let's give Tammy Duckworth, Senator Duckworth from the great state of Illinois. Let's give her a call. I'm going with Medicare for all. I'm sorry if I didn't get to your request, but thank you for all your donations and just trying to got 2.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Duckworth. How can I help?
Yeah, I'm calling on behalf of the constituents of Senator Duckworth, but I do live out of state, so I just want to let you know that ahead of time. I was wondering if Senator Duckworth has any plans to move forward some kind of bill that would allow there to be Medicare for all. Like, what's the latest with developments on that?
I can't speak on behalf of the senator, nor can I speak on behalf of my own political opinions. However, I can direct you to our website, which is duckworth.senate.gov. There you'll find all available information regarding Senator Duckworth's position on any political issue, as well as past bills that she's voted on.
Okay. can I just rephrase that and just say, can I pass along a message to Senator?
Unfortunately, this line would only be for constituents of Illinois.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, no, for sure. And again, just if you'd like to know more about Senator Duckworth's position regarding any issue, you can for sure just view that within our website, as well as I would strongly suggest you to call your assigned senator and have your voice heard through them, simply because that would be the most impactful way for you to influence political legislation.
All right. I got to be real with you. I'm actually calling every senator in the country as an educational exercise to show how you can try to fight for to be heard by your representatives. So that's why I'm calling all the senators. I'm a little crazy, but I'm doing it for educational purposes.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, it's your time. But yeah, thank you for calling, and also just making sure that your voice is heard. And also another thing I would strongly suggest is for you to have your voice heard in like any platform and any means that you find necessary. So yeah, no, calling every senator, that's definitely one of them.
All right. Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Of course, and thank you for your opinion. Okay, have a great rest of your day. Okay, all right, goodbye.
You too, bye. That guy was so rude, he didn't even realize it. But yeah, like he had good information there, but rude staffer told me how to Google her position. It's interesting to see. I don't want to get this guy fired, but at the same time, like, okay. So rude staffer told me how to Google her positions, and he told me, thank you for your opinion. He also said it's however you want to spend your time, man. However you... All right. So anyway, that was interesting. Moving on to Indiana. We've got a lot of viewers from Indiana here. And I just want to give a special shout out to my Indiana viewers, because I've seen your super chats. We have people that want me to bring up gerrymandering, medical cannabis, ranked choice voting. Just check on the super chats though here. It's kind of sad that all these people really want this brought up, and a lot of these staffers are kind of downplaying stuff. But you're seeing the process. You're seeing it live in action. You'd think that a senator would answer by this point. I'm honestly a little disappointed by this point that we haven't had a senator answer, especially, you think somebody watching right now would say, hey, this is an opportunity. Publicity, huh? The teacher from Kansas who's eating Cheez-Its can give you a little bit of positive publicity. Yeah, Kyrsten Gillibrand is the other senator from New York. My mind blanked on that. All right, LA resident here. Can you ask Kennedy and Cassidy, not LA, Louisiana. Louisiana resident here. Could you ask Kennedy and Cassidy what their opinion on Governor Edwards' new budget bill is? I don't know if that's appropriate for the audience. I mean, I'm looking at national issues here, so I don't know if we shouldn't really be talking about state bills. I'm sorry, but I thank you for the donation. Okay. I mean, I'm just going to bring it up to him. We already have another request about Langevin's retirement. So maybe I can split that one up here. Medicare for all for Rhode Island. Okay. Yeah, that last guy was kind of rude, frankly. Rude. I don't think he even realized he thought he was being rude. Kind of rubbed me the wrong way, Tammy Duckworth's staff. I missed the Rubio and Scott calls, but could you ask any of the senators on their thoughts on who should fill Justice Stephen Breyer's seat, since he will be retiring soon? That's fair. Yeah, like let me just put that as a general question down. Who will take Breyer's spot? I know there's already been some names floated, and I know Biden has expressed he prefers it be an African American or no, person of color, female, which that triggered the right-wing media hosts. Why do you got to make it about ethnic background and gender? Yeah, I get it. But yeah, we'll see if that question can come up. Thank you so much for that. Thank you all for watching and sticking around. A lot of you have come and gone. Been doing this for almost 4 hours. Anthony J., don't worry about getting all of the Indiana requests in. And Braun and Young will hear from me too. Yes! That's what I'm talking about, Anthony. Sorry. Yeah, that's what hopefully this is mainly to inspire you watching this right now to contact your local representatives. It doesn't take that much. Let's do this. Okay. Now, we are at Indiana. I've got a list here. I'm going with, I think I'm going to go with ranked choice voting. Frankly, that's been, so let me give it a go. We got Todd Young first, I think. Or no, let's go with Mike Braun first, since that's on this document first. So Mike Braun, somewhat familiar with him. He's a business person, was in the House in Indiana at the state level, fairly new to Congress and the Senate. He's only been there for 3 years. Let's see here. He describes himself as a, quote, conservationist who has called on the Republican Party to take climate change more seriously, but is ranked very poorly by environmental groups. Interesting. And he did support the U.S. withdrawal from the Paris Climate Accords. Looks like he's a fan of the tariffs that President Trump supported, even though he was for free trade. It looks like he's a guy that just wants to get elected. Okay. Doesn't really stand for anything. Okay. Let's give him a call. I've seen enough for Senator Braun. We're calling Senator Braun, who represents the state of Indiana.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Braun of Indiana. If you are an Indiana resident and would like to leave a comment for the senator, please press 1. If you have a casework issue, please press 2. If you would like to speak with a member of the staff, please press 3. Press the star key.
Senator Braun's office?
Yeah, I'm calling to see if Senator Braun would support ranked choice voting. Do you know about that? I haven't seen him speak publicly about it.
Yeah, Senator Braun has not made a public statement yet regarding that type of voting, but I can definitely pass along that you would like to see him support it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. When he does make up his mind, can I hear back from him?
Of course. What would be a good address to send a update or response to?
Sure. It's P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66049.
Okay. And what is your first and last name, sir?
My name is Matt Beat. That's B-E-A-T, like beat a drum.
Okay, Mr. Beat, well, we appreciate your call, and I will pass along to Senator Braun that you would like to see him support that type of voting.
Would you like my email as well? That might be easier.
If you would want to leave one.
Okay. Yeah, it's IamMrBeat@gmail. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
Okay.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you very much.
Have a good rest of your day, sir. Of course.
You too. Bye.
Thanks. Bye.
He seemed a little nervous. But yeah, so spoke to the staffer there for Senator Mike Braun. I do love ranked choice voting, so I'm glad I brought that up to him. And Senator Braun, as well as most other senators, haven't really spoken publicly much about ranked choice voting. So told staffer about ranked choice voting, about how I supported ranked choice. I didn't tell him about it. Senator Braun would also support it. He took down my address. Glad to say he didn't say, "Oh, you're from out of state, so I don't care about you. I recommend you contacting your local senator." He didn't say that. So Michigan resident, can you ask about enhanced EV tax credits and BBB, Build Back Better, so electric cars can become more affordable? Sure. Let me add that to the list. Coming up on Michigan. I generally support that. I think I'm more indifferent, but I can bring that up. Okay, any other ones I missed? Oof. Another Michigan resident. Ask Stave now about RCV and third. Oh, I like that one better. Minnesota resident, can you ask about opening ballot access for third-party candidates? Vote gold. I think ranked choice voting is your best way forward for Minnesota. So I think that too. Maybe we're going to do this from now on, I guess. Ranked choice voting all the way. All right, make sure I didn't miss any other ones here. Okay, we are still with Indiana. Now we've got Senator Todd Young. He's been a senator since 2017, 4 years as well. Looks like he was in the House of Representatives before that for 6 years. Don't know much about him as well. It says here he was a Marine Corps officer and professor and consultant lawyer before he got into politics. He's only 49 years old, so he's just 9 years older than me. I'm going to finish my Cheez-Its here before I call him. This has been more strenuous than I anticipated. I'm not going to lie. All right. Probably drinking too much coffee. And it's cold anyway. Senator Todd Young. All right. I'm going to go ahead and ask Senator Todd Young about gerrymandering. That's the other big thing I think that is really important right now. One of the most important issues to bring up to your senator, in my opinion. This is all my opinion, okay? Some of the stuff that I'm sharing isn't necessarily some of the stuff I agree with, but okay. Dialing for Senator Todd Young, representing Indiana.
I'm sorry, extension number 45623 didn't answer. You've reached the voicemail of Senator Young. Please leave a message. I'm sorry, extension number 45623
Are you going to let me leave a message?
didn't answer. You've reached the voicemail of Senator Young. Please leave a message.
And it hung up on me. Okay, let's try that again here. What's going on here with this? And it hung up on me again. Okay, what's going on here? It's having a hard time.
Hello, this is Senator Todd Young, and you've reached my Washington, D.C. office. My office is open to serve Hoosiers Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. until 6 p.m. You can also find out more about the important work I'm doing on your behalf by visiting my website, young.senate.gov. If you're calling to leave an opinion on pending legislation or nominations before the United States Senate, please press 1. My staff is standing by to assist you. Please press 2 to be connected to a member of my team. To hear these options again, please press the star key. Hearing from Hoosiers is important to me. Please leave your opinion after the tone. If you'd like a response, please leave your full name, including the spelling, your mailing address, and your email address. You may also reach me by email by visiting my website, young.senate.gov/contact. Thanks so much for calling.
Yeah, Senator Young, this is Matt Beat calling, and I want to bring to your attention the problem of gerrymandering, in particular partisan gerrymandering. I know you're aware of it, but I wanted to see what you were doing to fight it. I was wondering if you knew of any bills that you could support that would end partisan gerrymandering, or if you maybe don't want to end it at all. That I don't know. I haven't heard you speak publicly about it. So if you could please let me know. Again, my name is Matt Beat, and my email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. I look forward to your response. Thanks in advance for listening, and thank you for your service. Okay, so even the staffer line directed me right to a voicemail for Senator Todd Young. So let me just take a note. All right, now we're up to Iowa. Looks like any viewers from Iowa? Anything pressing? I don't think I had anything written down for Iowa. Okay. Rest in peace, Mr. Beats P.O. Box. And my email inbox. Oh, thank you, Mark. Yeah, shout out to Mark. Thank you so much. There's Pug Life again. You're awesome. As someone who works in constituent services, that message will definitely not get to Senator Braun. At least he was nice. I love it. Well, the whole world's going to see, aren't they? The whole world's going to see. Hello, Missouri resident, my next door neighbor. Can you ask Senator Hawley why he didn't support the Oh, yes. I know he didn't support that. I remember that. And if he can work with Senate Democrats like Jon Ossoff on banning insider trading. That's an interesting bipartisan possibility. I'm glad you brought that up because this is something that many Democrats and Republicans in both the House and Senate agree on. So, Hawley, why no support for infrastructure bill? Yeah, that was interesting to see how many Republicans did not support that. It seemed non-controversial when I looked at it. I mean, no bill is perfect. It has stuff in it that, yeah, should not have been there, but I understand but you know, basically all these big bills are omnibus bills. Many omnibus bills at this point. Cynical historians suggested combating gerrymandering by eliminating districts and having everyone in the state vote for candidates. Thoughts? That's like we do at the local level. A lot of times with city and county elections here in the United States, we do that, and they're called at-large elections. I'm in support of that as well. However, it's not perfect either because you do get parts of your state that are just simply neglected. And so, but at least it would eliminate the problem of gerrymandering. So I understand it. So I kind of see both sides on that. Utah, yeah, we've been suffering from large droughts. Yes, you have. And it's not good. Ask Mike Lee if he plans on doing anything about climate change to combat this. If he isn't, ask about plans to adapt because it's going to really bite us down the road. Okay. You're my first Utah super chat person. What are you doing to fight? I'm not even going to use those words, climate change, because it would probably trigger him, but large droughts there. Okay. All right, I'm moving on here. I don't think, oh, there's, okay. Michigan resident, can you ask Senator Peters about his support for a free college? Okay. Okay, I still like the ranked choice voting one, though, a little bit better. Sherrod Brown, yes, to oppose Biden's nomination of Jennifer Reardon. Yes, this was somebody requested this earlier. I don't know if it was you or not, but okay. Okay, nice. Okay. The dislike button. I love it. Can you ask both Mississippi senators about their opinion on the new MSHB 530 to raise teacher pay? It's the least paying state to be a teacher. I know that. It sucks. Also, their opinion to improve education. I'll probably do the latter because of the former is about a state piece of legislation. I want to ask more stuff. I want to ask stuff that's federal. Okay. Pennsylvania, could you ask my senators about their views on how to tackle gun violence, especially like in cities such as Philadelphia? Nice. Okay. Thank you, Owen. Plans to fight gun violence. Man, I'm getting a lot of good questions. So thank you for that. I'm going to lose my voice by the time I get to Wyoming. Okay. All right, here we go. We are at Iowa. So if you're from Iowa, this is your state. We've got Joni Ernst, who is somewhat well known. She's a bit quirky. She's definitely someone who I would say is more controversial, very right-leaning. I would say more right-leaning than most senators. She kind of, well, she's been there since 2015, but it was kind of the tail end of the Tea Party wave. Let's see here. She's, looks like before, yeah, I forgot that she was in the Iowa Senate before she joined. She was an auditor before that. She mostly supported Trump on most things. She's called for reforms to Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security. She is a climate change denier, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. Yeah, she's pretty far to the right. I think for her, I'm just going to ask the voting, my go-to, my default. I want to know what she thinks about it. The Freedom to Vote Act. So let's go ahead and call her. I've never got this many rings before.
Hello, and thank you for calling the office of Senator Joni Ernst.
That's her.
We are unable to answer the phones at the moment, but please
think.
leave your name, phone number, and a message.
Maybe.
And a member of my staff would be happy to return your call. Thank you and have a wonderful day.
Hi, my name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of Senator Ernst's constituents in Iowa, and I want to bring to her attention the Freedom to Vote Act. I think it's a great bill. I think there's a lot there for both Republicans and Democrats, and so I want her to reconsider it and at least look at maybe a modified version of it. I do want to know how she feels exactly about the Freedom to Vote Act, so if you could please give me her feedback. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. And again, I'm calling to let you know that the Freedom to Vote Act is a great bill that I think that Senator Ernst should support and consider. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you to Senator Ernst for her service. All these people talking trash in the comments, and I'm sitting there trying to be nice to her. All right. But yeah, left a message. It sounded like her, but I wasn't for sure that it was her. Maybe you know in the chat. Yeah, she's a Iowa State alum. I'm up in Iowa quite a bit as well. Yeah. She's a former Army National Guard officer. I forgot about that. Okay. And then we go from her to Chuck Grassley, who's also pretty well known in the Senate. Chuck Grassley has been there a long time, longer than I've been alive. He is, and before he was in the Senate, he actually was in politics for many, many years. 4 decades in the Senate. He's chaired several committees, the Senate Finance Committee, the Senate Narcotics Committee, the Senate Judiciary Committee, and the Senate Aging Committee. He has been the President pro tempore emeritus of the U.S. Senate. So that's the, if you don't know what that is the second, that's technically the third highest ranking, second after the President pro tempore. And well, he's been back and forth with certain leadership positions because he's been there so long. He's fallen asleep in numerous meetings that I have seen, multiple meetings. He has definitely been around so long that it's maybe boring to him at this point. I don't know, but he was born in 1933, to put it in perspective. He's been around a lot. So 88 years old. He is, I believe, after Feinstein, the second oldest senator. Whoop. Yeah, let me see how old Feinstein is again. Yeah. Yeah, just 3 months younger than her. So they're the two oldest senators. All right. We got a super chat. Sorry, I don't want to miss that. With how much Kansas has been supporting transportation infrastructure with the IKE program, why did Kansas senators oppose the infrastructure deal? Good freaking question, Ben. Maybe I should ask them that. Okay. Thank you for bringing that up. But yeah, let's call Chuck. And I'm going to ask him about the voting rights, the Freedom to Vote Act specifically.
Thank you for contacting the office of Senator Chuck Grassley. I am sorry we can't take your phone call right now. If you would like to leave a message for Senator Grassley, please do so after the tone. If the mailbox is full, please visit Senator Grassley's website at grassley.senate.gov and click on Contact. Your comments are important to him, and he looks forward to receiving them.
Hello, Senator Grassley. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of your constituents in Iowa, and I wanted to bring to your attention the Freedom to Vote Act. I think it's a bill that's worth fighting for. It has something for both Republicans and Democrats, and I think it would be really good for protecting democracy in this country. So I want to know your position on it. And if you could please let me know. Email me at iamrbeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. And again, my name is Matt Beat, and I look forward to hearing your response, or at least a response from one of your staff. Thank you for listening, and have a wonderful day. Oh, thank you for your service as well. I'm starting to go a little crazy here. So another voicemail message. I thought it was funny when it said that, oh, if the mailbox is full, go to the website and essentially leave an email there. I thought that was funny because, that's happened before. But the voicemail message. Now we are finally up to my home state of Kansas, so this will be easier, which I'm going to bring up the voting, the Freedom to Vote Act. And I think it's funny, the dude from Illinois, the staff member who said, well, if there's something that's important, you need to call your own senator. Okay, I'll do that now. So those of you who are not aware, I'm very familiar with my two senators. We have Jerry Moran. I joke around with my students. I used to say, Jerry Moron, but actually he's a good guy. I didn't vote for him, but he's just a nice guy. From what I could tell, everything about Jerry Moran. He is a ranking member of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee. I mean, he's been around now. Wow, has it already been 13 years now, since 2011? He's members of the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee and National Republican Senatorial Committee. Generally, I get his emails weekly. Doesn't have very many town halls, but he has more than Pat Roberts ever did. And the other thing about Jerry Moran is he actually lives in Kansas. Pat Roberts, his former colleague, the senator from Kansas, didn't live in Kansas. And so I always was pretty bitter about that. Another a viewer from Hungary. Thank you for watching. Who should replace Biden? Okay. I really don't know. Katie Porter. Yeah, Katie Porter. We are on Kansas, Emperor Tiger Star, my home state. So let's give my senator who represents me, my home state of Kansas, Jerry Moran, a call.
Senator Moran's office.
Yeah, I am a Kansas resident. My name is Matt Beat, and I wanted to bring to Senator Moran's attention a bill that I really like called the Freedom to Vote Act. Do you know where Senator Moran stands on the Freedom to Vote Act?
Let me check on that real quick.
Okay. Looks like I'm on hold.
All right, just wanted to confirm. Just wanted to confirm that was the legislation introduced last week. It did fail, as I'm sure you are aware, and the senator was opposed to it.
Okay. I didn't see him publicly state why he was opposed to it. Do you know why, or if not, that's okay.
Yeah, no. He actually gave a speech on the Senate floor where he addressed his concerns, which you can watch if you are so inclined. It is available on YouTube.
Okay.
But essentially what it boils down to is that it federalizes what should be a state process, which is conducting elections. So that is the senator's stance.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad that he did a speech on it. Okay, well, I'm just calling it because I think it's a great bill, and there's a lot there for Republicans to like, such as it leaves the security protections in there, like it reinforces the that it's okay to have voter ID laws, but at the same time, it has new stuff like making Election Day a federal holiday, which I think is really important because we need to make it easier to vote in this country. Because I think one reason why voter turnout is so low is because it's a pain for some people to do it. They got to get off work and they work weird hours. So I just wanted to pass along that message to my senator to let him know.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you doing so, and I will pass it on.
Sure. Can I get I've never called him before. I've always just emailed, and I get like these standard responses. Can I get an email about that he got this message?
Yeah, I can put that in. Give me 1 second. All right, can I get your name?
My name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T.
Do you have a YouTube channel by chance?
I do.
All right, I think I've seen you before.
That's awesome.
Yep, I found you in Lawrence.
Yes, 66049. Yep.
Awesome. Yep. All right. Well, Mr. B, I appreciate you calling in, and I will go ahead and log that here.
Thank you so much. All right, have a good day.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, bye. another someone who's seen one of my videos before. Oh, that's awesome. I'm one of the few Kansas YouTubers around, so I guess that lowers the or increases the chances that he would have seen. But no, I've always thought Senator Moran was okay, even if I disagreed with him on several issues. He's a nice guy. That guy was nice. Spoke with a staff member who had also seen my videos, put down my information, and said he would pass it along to Senator Moran. Now, I did not know that Moran made this speech, and that's just me being ignorant, so I should have known that. Let's see if he said it's on YouTube, so Senator Moran speaks against the Freedom to Vote Act. Let's see if this must be it here. 717 views.
Today, the Senate Judiciary Committee is considering a grave.
No, that's not it. HR 1.
Madam President, I am here.
That's the For the People Act. That's not the same bill. Maybe the staff member got confused. That's because these are. Let me see if this is from the past week. He may have been confused on which bill I was talking about. Dang it. Okay. Well, I could watch this whole thing, but okay. Well, I'm not sure if he was talking. If similar to the staff member of Tom Cotton, I'm not sure if he knew I was talking about the same bill. So this is troubling to me. How many members of the staff don't actually know? Like they mix up bills. They think I'm talking about a different bill than what I'm actually talking about. Dang it. Anyway, I'm going to add that caveat in here. May have thought I was talking about a different bill when Moran spoke against it last week. All right, and now we're up to Roger Marshall. Roger Marshall is newer to the Senate. He just got elected in 2020. He's a former doctor. He's a little bit more of a culture warrior, which is annoying. he's not the most charismatic person, but at least he's a pretty smart guy. I'll give him that. The other thing I'm not really too keen on is he got really all deep in with the trying to overturn the election results last November, which I wasn't a fan of. You know, if you say you're for states running elections, then why interfere with? Why not count the electoral votes in Arizona? He was trying to reject Arizona's electoral votes. As far as his political positions, he's pretty standard. Says here he voted for with Trump's position 98% of the time. I didn't know this. Promoted conspiracy theories that falsely suggest the CDC were inflating coronavirus death numbers. That's a little cringe. I don't agree with him on a lot of issues, to be honest. But he's supposed to represent me. So let's give him a call. He's my senator. Let's see if his staff member has watched one of my YouTube videos before. I may have to take a Cliff Bar break after this. Oof, getting hungry again.
Hi, it's Senator Dr. Roger Marshall from the great state of Kansas. Thank you for contacting our office. If you are a Kansas resident and would like to leave a comment or opinion, please press 1. If you have a casework issue, press 2. If you would like to speak with a member of our staff, please press 3. Press the star key to repeat the option. Thank you.
You probably get some crazy callers. Angry.
I'm sorry, extension number 47060 didn't answer. You've reached the voicemail of extension number 47060. Please leave a message.
I'm trying to reach Senator Roger Marshall. I'm not sure that is this is the right number, but in case it is, I want him to support the Freedom to Vote Act, and I think that he should consider looking at it at least, because there are parts that I think he would like, working with Democrats to try to get it passed to protect voting rights. I'm going to try calling another number. I'm not sure if this is right, but hopefully this is the right message. Okay. In case this is the right one, my name is Matt Beat. I'm a resident of Kansas, and you can reach me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. Yeah, that doesn't sound like it was his. That didn't sound like it was actually the right number. So, thanks for telling me about the grammar errors for the. Okay, let me try this again. I'm gonna call this again. It says 202-224-4774. Let me try this again. For Senator Roger Marshall of Kansas.
Hi, it's Senator Dr. Roger Marshall from the great state of Kansas.
Yeah.
Thank you for contacting our office. If you are a Kansas resident and would like to leave a comment or opinion, please press 1. If you have a casework issue, press 2. If you would like to speak with a member of our staff, please press 3.
Okay.
Press the star key to repeat the option.
I'm sorry, extension number 4.
It's the same thing. Let me try leaving a message the other way, because I want to make sure that I.
Hi, it's Senator Dr. Roger Marshall from the great state of Kansas. Thank you for contacting our office.
Oh, it just hung up. Okay. Maybe I'm not getting very good reception right now. Try it again.
Hi, it's Senator Dr. Roger Marshall
Yes,
from
we
the
know.
great state of Kansas. Thank you for contacting our office. If you are a Kansas resident and would like to leave a comment or opinion, please press 1.
Let's press 1.
If you have a case, thank you for calling our office. In order to share your opinion, please first state your full name,
Okay.
zip code, and email or mailing address if you would like a response.
Hello, my name is Matt Beat. I live in zip code 66049. That's Lawrence. I need my address is PO Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66049. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. And I would like for you to strongly consider supporting the Freedom to Vote Act. This is the Compromise Voting Act that Senator Manchin introduced. And I think it has a lot of good for both Republicans and Democrats. I think it's a good compromise bill, and you should strongly consider it. I think the vast majority of Kansans would support it. So please, again, strongly consider the Freedom to Vote Act. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. Okay, at least I know he got the message there. So for Senator Dr. Roger Marshall, left a voicemail message. It's been about half of the situations here so far. So now we're up to 2 very well-known senators in Kentucky for some reason. But yeah, Mitch McConnell is the Senate Minority Leader, the highest-ranking member of the Senate for the minority party, which currently is the Republican Party, barely the minority party. I'm going to have to eat a little bit here, though, before we... anybody from Kentucky in the chat? Okay. I think I'll go with ranked choice voting for West Virginia there, Garrett. Because that's something I'm passionate about. All right. Let's go with Mitch. You all know Mitch. Senate Minority Leader. He's been in the Senate. Man, how long? Jeez. 1985 is when he first assumed office. So he's been around longer than most of them. Most of my life. Always reliably a conservative politician. More moderate in his early years and then drifted more and more to the right. Mostly a pragmatist. Yeah, I would agree with that. Then the last 10 years, all of a sudden, an obstructionist, like not wanting Democrats to have anything. Led the way when they obstructed Merrick Garland from being nominated to the Supreme Court back in 2016. And then swiftly got Amy Coney Barrett in 2020. So he's not very popular. In fact, he is the least popular senator. Part of that's because of how visible he is, but he's the least popular senator currently in American politics. Even conservatives don't like him. And we'll just leave it at that. I'm going to ask him about the voting rights stuff. So my bill, the Freedom to Vote Act, which hopefully his staff knows what that is. A lot of people probably excited about this one. Man, good thing long distance calls are free, not like they used to be. There we go. Calling Senator Mitch McConnell.
Senator McConnell's office.
Yeah, I am calling to see if Senator McConnell would be willing to look again at the Freedom to Vote Act.
Well, I can't speak on behalf of the senator, sir, but would be happy to pass this message on.
Definitely. Yeah. So, and it's not, this is the one that Senator Manchin brought to the table. And I just think that there's stuff there for Republicans as well as Democrats. So I think this is one that he could, with his leadership, be able to at least, look at to make changes to make it work.
And before I pass this message on, sir, may I get some contact information for you? May I ask where you're calling from today?
Sure. I'm actually out of state, but I know people in Kentucky. So, but yeah, my email is, my name is Matt Beat, and my email is IamMrBeat@gmail. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. Anything else?
And may I get a phone number for you as well?
I don't want to give that publicly here. How about an address, maybe?
That would be great, sir.
Okay. It's P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66049. Or 44. I'm sorry, 66044 is the zip code.
All right, sir. I will be sure to pass this message on.
Okay. Thank you very much.
All righty. Thank you for calling. Have a great one.
You too. All right. Interesting. So the staffer for Mitch McConnell answered immediately. And took down my information, down my contact information, and said they would pass along my support of the Freedom to Vote Act. All right. Well, they're on it. Okay. So if you're from Kentucky, and then it's funny because, everybody in the entire country knows about these two senators, like Senator Mitch McConnell, who's the Senate Minority Leader, as I said, and then now we're going to go to Rand Paul. Oh, I'm from Kentucky. Can you ask about how they feel about term limits on the? Ooh, okay. Now, somebody also, I forgot, for Rand Paul had asked support for medical cannabis. So let's go with both of those. A lot of you probably know I was a big fan of Ron Paul, Senator Rand Paul's dad, back when he ran for president in 2008 and 2012. He wasn't perfect, but I thought he was a pretty solid candidate. Marshall's response went to the next page. If it doesn't bother you, that's fine. Oh, thank you. It doesn't bother me, but I'll probably be altering this later. You should make a video in a few weeks summarizing the responses you didn't get. Excellent idea, Connor. Thank you for that. Yes. Okay, so we're going to call Rand Paul. If you don't know, again, he's the son of legendary Congressman Ron Paul. He has had some very public spats with Dr. Fauci in recent months. He's very anti-mandates, and that's kind of been his thing lately as far as what he's focused on. He's probably the most libertarian. Him and Mike Lee are the most libertarian with a lowercase L senators in Congress. He ran for president in 2016 against Trump. I was an early critic of Trump, and then by the end of it, he supported him like everybody else, except for maybe, we know who they are. A couple of them held out, like Kasich. But anyway, that's one reason why so many people know about him is his presidential run in 2016. Not sure what you're talking about. That's allowed in two-party consent states. I don't know. Somebody said that the only two-party consent states, or that like most states are one-party state consent states. So I don't know. Is Kentucky a two-party state? Maybe I should pull this up. I'll pull this up now because I don't want to get in trouble here. Crap. Okay, well, I screwed it up for Illinois and Florida. I think I said it for California, Connecticut. I better keep this up. All right, so Kentucky, we're good. Man, hopefully I don't find myself with a lawsuit for Illinois. I might have to cut that part out. I think Florida, I let them know. Some of these I let them know. Like California, I let them know. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm going to keep this up because that almost got me in trouble here, and I'm probably going to be in trouble. I might have to consult with a lawyer, but I'm calling federal offices, so that may make a difference. I'm not sure because it's all D.C. and Kansas. So the one of the super chats earlier said, "Well, it's D.C. to Kansas, so you shouldn't have to worry." I'm calling yeah, I think I should be fine. I'm not too worried about this. Can you make Wisconsin a disco song? Okay. Establishing price floors for farmers like minimum wage. Okay. What state are you from, Dustin, though? Okay. Well, this is I think we're good because it's to DC, so I think we're good. All right. So Rand Paul, anyway, let's go ahead and call him up. I've got two things to bring up to him, so we're good. That's from the chat. Yeah, I was wanting to bring a couple of possible bills to Senator Paul's attention and see if he could support them.
Okay.
And I think he probably would, but I don't know if he's spoken publicly much about it. Okay, the first one, if you could pass along, is federal support for medical cannabis.
Okay.
And then the other one is, and I think he has publicly supported this. I just wanted to see if there's any bills that he was working on or co-sponsored or something to have term limits, or if he thinks that maybe this is. Now I know the Supreme Court has stepped in, so this would have to be probably an amendment to the Constitution, right?
I would assume so.
Yeah, but at least if he could pursue an amendment to the Constitution for term limits for Congress, so both House and Senate. I'm not talking about Supreme Court. So yeah, those are my. If you can give me any information, but the main thing is I just wanted to let Senator Paul know that those are two issues that I think a lot of his constituents in Kentucky support.
Yeah, thank you for bringing those up. Can I get your first and last name?
Yeah, my name is Matt Beat.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. And can I get the phone number that you're calling from?
I don't want to give that publicly.
No problem.
But I can give you an email.
Yeah, an email's perfect.
Okay, it's iamMrBeat@gmail.com. So it's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
Okay. Yeah, I can definitely pass that along. And then I don't know of anything being discussed right now about either one of those.
Okay. Well, maybe this will put a little bird in their ear. So.
Definitely. So thank you so much for calling.
Okay. Thank you for taking my information.
All right. Have a good day.
You too. Bye. All right. So they both for Mitch McConnell and Rand Paul, they picked right up, like wasn't even like one ring or more than one ring. And yeah, that's an interesting point, Victoria. Whoop. I don't know why that popped up. Okay. So yeah, Senator Paul, his staffer listened to my support of federal legalization of medical and an amendment to the Constitution. It would take an amendment for term limits. Congress. Took down my information. Okay, and they were nice. So I'm liking how they're answering right away. That's a good sign. It's always a good sign. Now we're up to Louisiana. I see if I caught up on super chats. Looks like you can't ask. I know you can't ask state issues, but you could ask the Louisiana senators about their stance on climate change. Oh yeah, okay. I like that one because literally the land is disappearing. So that's a good thing for Louisiana to bring up. I think I had someone else bring up something for Louisiana as well earlier, and I'll check on that. Yeah, I don't know if there's anyone else from Louisiana in the chat, though. Otherwise, I want to ask about climate change, what their positions are. Although a lot of this stuff you can find publicly, so it's kind of counterproductive. You know what I mean? Looks like I miss. Yeah, I know. None of them have answered. It's been disappointing. I wasn't expecting any of them to answer, but okay, we're going to call Bill Cassidy. Bill Cassidy, I'm somewhat familiar with because he makes occasional appearances on Fox News, which I occasionally watch. Bill Cassidy has been in the Senate since 2015, so 7 years already. Or not originally from Louisiana. He went to, he was raised in Illinois, I believe, and then he went to LSU and stayed down there. He was also one of 7 Republican senators to vote to convict Donald Trump of incitement of insurrection in this second impeachment trial. So similar to Murkowski in Alaska, the local Republican Party, so the Republican Party of Louisiana censured him or formally disapproved of him for doing so. Generally, though, his political positions are mostly, I would say, standard Republican. It says here moderate Republican, ranked highly by conservative organizations. My question to Grassley, Ernst, could you do another Senate? What was your question again, though? Dang it. I don't remember. Can you ask Peters or Stevano if they support shutdown of Line 5? It's a natural gas line that runs through the Straits of Mackinac. I've already got some stuff I'm lined up for Michigan, unfortunately. I'm sorry about that. Okay. Okay, so we're going to call Senator Cassidy. Five, 8, 2, 4. We're asking about climate change.
Hello, this is Louisiana Senator Bill Cassidy. Thank you for trying to reach us. I'm sorry that we missed your call. Please leave a detailed message and the appropriate staff member will call back as soon as possible. Now listen for the beep.
Yes, this message is for Senator Cassidy, and I am Matt Beat. I'm from out of state, but calling on behalf of the constituents of Louisiana. I'm worried about climate change and its effect on the state. So I was wondering if there are any bills that you are currently either working on or supporting, co-sponsoring that addresses climate change to, kind of reverse the effects of it so that Louisiana isn't swallowed up by the ocean. If you could please let me know via email. My email address is iamrbeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you for your time, and thanks in advance for responding, and thank you for your service. Okay, so Not Chuck Productions, I got you. I'm going to write that down again. So we left a voice message with Senator Bill Cassidy, Louisiana. Next, we got up John Kennedy, which John Kennedy's, he's an interesting one. He's kind of one of those guys who he's been around in politics for a while, but he's only been senator since 2017. And he's, I don't know, he's he kind of tells it how it is in a lot of ways. I like that about him. He's a little bit more charismatic compared to most of the senators. So I've seen him on TV a lot. I've seen a lot of his speeches. Generally fairly conservative, though. I think as far as, ooh, look at that, animal rights pops up. Wow, so it must be important to him, animal rights. Humans are animals too, you know. Okay, so let's go ahead and do the climate change question for him as well. All right. Calling Senator Kennedy, not from that Kennedy family.
Hello, thank you for calling the office of Senator John Kennedy. At the tone, please leave your name, number, and a brief message. We thank you for reaching out to the office, and we hope you have a great day.
Hello, Senator Kennedy. This is Matt Beat. I'm not from Louisiana, but I have friends in Louisiana, and I'm concerned about the state with regards to climate change. As the ocean seems to be swallowing up your state, and I'm concerned. So I was wondering if there are any bills that you either wrote, could get behind, or co-sponsor that try to fight climate change, to reverse its effects. So if you could let me know, please, by emailing me back. My email is iamrbeat@gmail. That is iamrbeat@gmail.com. I look forward to your feedback. Thanks in advance for responding, and thank you for your service. Okay, leaving a lot of voice messages here. Louisiana, both senators did not answer. No one from their staff answered. I have yet to have one senator answer, of course. I doubt that happens, but yeah, voice messages for both the Louisiana senators. Now we are up to Maine, and Susan Collins is more well known, especially in previous years, because of her being a moderate Republican who often was a swing vote, especially when it came to appointments. She's somebody who has made more Democrats mad in recent years than Republicans, I'd say, but she's made both mad and previous, throughout the years. She's been around for a while. She's been in the Senate since 1997. It's pretty impressive. Yeah, no kidding. It would be great if everyone answered. She's chair of the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. Like I said, moderate Republican. She was one of the 7 Republican senators also to vote to convict Trump of incitement of insurrection in his second impeachment trial. But not censured by Maine, because Maine is a more moderate state. In fact, I would say it's more left-leaning state. But yeah, she's the longest-serving Republican woman in the Senate currently. She's 69 years old now. Wow, I didn't realize that. She's getting up there. Been around a lot. Or a long time. Sorry, that sounds bad either way. Okay, let's give Senator Collins a call. Anybody from Maine in the comments? Anybody from Maine in the comments? Otherwise, I'm going to bring up probably, I think it'd be a good question for her, the citizenship for the people that live in the federal territories. So I'll do that probably. Okay, let's do it. Okay, thank you, Alex. It's a recess and most offices are working remote. All right, so we're not going to get to talk to an actual senator then, probably just remote workers. Understandable, but hey, we're still showing you the process. Mr. B, just to let you know, all of your work is for nothing. Okay. Calling Senator Collins' office.
Senator Collins' office, how may I help you?
Yeah, I was just curious on Senator Collins' position on citizenship for people in American federal territories, like American Samoa, for example. Like, is she willing to grant full citizenship and voting rights to these folks?
Yep. So I have not spoken to the senator specifically about federal territories, so I don't have an exact answer for you on that. What I can tell you is the senator is in favor of increasing, access to voting rights to any American citizen. I think based on that, you may get an idea of what she might be thinking. But I don't think we have had any recent public statements that I could possibly share that would clue you in, and I do apologize for that.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, that was the other thing I was going to bring up, actually, is this is just a request for Senator Collins, is the looking at the Freedom to Vote Act, the one that was pushed forward by Senator Manchin. If she could somehow revisit that or at least rework it, I think that would be something that would be very beneficial, because I do think that there's parts of it that many Republicans can get behind.
Sure, I would be more than happy to pass that along to her for you. I'm sure you know that the first time it came around, she did not vote for it, but that was due to pieces in it. It was a very big bill. There were certainly parts of it that she supported. So I would be more than happy to pass that along. You might also be interested to know that the senator is currently working on a bipartisan amendment looking at the Electoral Count Act, which isn't exactly the same thing, but it is intended to hopefully prevent something like a repeat of January 6th, which I know many people who are concerned about voting rights are concerned about.
Yeah. I've heard of that. I don't know much about it. So you said the Electoral Count Act, right?
Yep, that would be correct. It would be aiming to, remove or rather clarify the role of the vice president in confirming elections, so that there isn't, the arguments that Mike Pence can somehow, discount votes or, basically just remove all of those ambiguities.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, thank you for the information and for passing along my support of the Freedom to Vote Act.
No problem. I would be more than happy to do that. And may I just say, sir, you have a great voice. You should really do radio or like YouTube or Twitch or something.
I do YouTube, actually, so...
Oh, what a coincidence. Well, I'm more than happy to pass it along, but thank you for reaching out. If you were a YouTuber, I think I have some friends that would be a big fan.
Okay, you must know who's calling then, don't you?
No, I do not, but I will happily pass it along.
Well, that's awesome. Thanks for, you can tell you know your stuff, so
yeah, no problem.
Keep doing your great work.
Yeah, no problem. Have a great day.
All right, you too. All right, that was someone else familiar, not only with my channel, but apparently with with this live stream that we're doing here. I'm going to get myself in trouble, because if some of these people are working remotely, then who knows? So I might have to just to be safe, go back to the two-party consent thing, so this whole thing doesn't get taken down. Yeah. Well, the next one is Maryland. So I'm going to do that for Maryland, Massachusetts, Montana, New Hampshire, Pennsylvania, Washington, just to be safe. Yeah. I didn't have to do that for Maine, though. Okay, so let's put up the spreadsheet. And I love Maine, by the way. It's such a great state. Two of the best senators are from that state. Had a wonderful chat with staff member who is familiar with my channel apparently and the live stream and gave good information. And actually, yeah, a good point was that Senator Collins did like parts of the Freedom to Vote Act, but wanted to keep working at it. So hopefully she will. And it was productive. I did not leave my contact information though, but I think they probably know how to get a hold of me. Okay, so we are now up to pretty much my favorite senator currently. It's Angus King, and he's been around a while. But Angus King is an independent. He's one of 2 independent senators in the Senate currently. The other being Bernie Sanders, who's much more popular and well known. But Angus King. Oh, he's still technically a junior senator. Interesting. Yeah, because of Senator Collins, of course. So he's been there since for 9 years. He is fairly moderate, but he caucuses with the Democrats, which means he's working with the Democrats much more than the Republicans, and he votes with them most of the time. So if you go to the, let's go down to political positions. So he's been described as a moderate independent. He's called himself, quote, neither a Democrat nor a Republican, but an American. I like that line. So the Nonpartisan National Journal gave him a 2013 composite ideology score of 59% liberal, 41% conservative. So yeah, he is fairly moderate. He even endorsed his colleague, Senator Collins, who's a Republican. He voted in line with President Trump 38% of the time. I imagine with Biden much higher, though. I imagine because most of Biden's legislation has been try to be more centrist, I think. Parts of it, not so much. But let's go ahead and I've always been a fan because he's kind of done his own thing and he's not very partisan. So always, he's kind of like that classic senator from the 70s, 80s, and 90s who, hung out outside of Congress, hung out with members of the other political party. And yeah, someone said in the chat, a nice guy as well. So let's go ahead and give Senator Angus King a call. Let's see here. I think we're going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act as well with him, although I know he supported it. I'm pretty sure he supported it. But maybe, I don't know, was there anything else from Maine? Yeah, we'll just go ahead and do that. So calling Senator King, representing the great state of Maine. He also has a great mustache.
Hi, this is Angus King's office. This is Anna speaking. How may I help you?
Hello. I am calling on behalf of support for the Freedom to Vote Act, and I'm pretty sure Senator King supports it. So I just was wondering if that bill still has a chance. Like if he's able to keep it alive and keep working with his colleague, Senator Collins, to, make modifications if needed because I think it's such an important bill. So that's my message for Senator King. So if you could pass that message along to him. And you know which one I'm talking about, right?
Yes, absolutely. I will. Yes, so you said the Freedom to Vote Act?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, I will mark that down and make sure that Senator King knows he has your support.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Okay, you too. Bye. All right, so that was short and sweet, but yeah, just kind of like my little conversation here with some of these. Actually, Kentucky, yeah, they just took down. Okay, so yeah, for Senator King, we had a staffer answered and was very easy to communicate with, and took down my information, or not took down my support for the Freedom to Vote Act. Did not get my contact information, but I have a feeling some of these staffers already know that I'm like, they all talk to each other. They already know I'm doing this. And so they're like, yeah, you don't need to get his contact information because he's from out of state. I don't know, but we are up to Maryland, which Maryland is a two-party consent state. So I'm going to just full disclosure, tell them, hey, this is being recorded. Some of them don't care. And man, I might be dehydrated here, but I probably need to get a drink. So I'm going to go get a drink, take a little break here. If you are in the chat, you're just now joining, we are up to Maryland. And if you're from Maryland, I want to hear from you. It's been a long day, but I got to chat with Mrs. Beat real quick too. So I'm going to take a 5-minute break. All right. Got my second win. I've got another drink, thanks to Mrs. Beat. Also, she wanted me to share with you my website, IamMrBeat.com, which I never promote. This is where you can find all kinds of extra stuff that you don't find out typically just from my YouTube channel. If you're watching from Twitch, thank you. I see a couple of you were on Twitch at least. And if you're not on my Twitch, I'm trying to get more subscribers over there so I can have more features because apparently it's not. If you're just now joining me, I am on Maryland. I've been calling every single Senate office in the country. 3 staff members have picked up and knew who I was, so that was a little trippy. For the rest, about half of them were staff members I spoke with briefly. Some of them I spoke with a little bit more. And then the other half were I just left voice messages. I have yet to actually talk to a senator. I doubt that I will, but crazier things have happened. I have gotten lots of super chats. I apologize if I don't get to your question for your senator. And if you give me a super chat, I'm doing the best I can, but I'm trying to also focus on stuff that's important to me too. But anyway, I'm on Maryland, which is a 2-party consent, so I don't want to get in trouble here. So I'm going to be full disclosure just in case they happen to be working remotely from home, because I know otherwise they should be in their DC office. So, okay. So next up, we've got our 2 senators from Maryland, Ben Cardin. Looks like did I have anybody from Maryland? Okay. I don't know anything about Ben Cardin, but apparently he's been there since 2007. He's a ranking member of or used to be ranking member of the Senate Small Business Committee. Now he's the chair. He's in other committees as well. Yeah. I don't know much about him at all. He's a Democrat with that state with the amazing flag, the best state flag ever. Looks like political positions are pretty well laid out on his Wikipedia page. Looks like he was mostly supportive of Barack Obama's legislative agenda in 2009. 4% lifetime conservative rating. So he must be fairly left-leaning. Okay, so if you're from Maryland and you really want me to bring up something to him, here's your last chance. Otherwise, I'm going to bring up the Freedom to Vote Act. So let's give him a call. 202-224.
Cardin's office, can I help you?
Yeah, I was just seeing if Senator Cardin was still trying to push to have the Freedom to Vote Act pass. If they're still working.
Yes, now there is a committee of Democrats and Republicans.
Oh,
that
that's
are
excellent.
Trying to come up with something that could pass, and he's a member of that committee, so he's working very hard on that.
That's awesome. Just full disclosure here, I'm actually recording this conversation. Is that okay? I want to make sure that's okay before
Well, in what capacity are you recording it?
It's for a live stream to show. It's for educational purposes to see the process of calling senators, to see how
I don't feel comfortable with that.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we'll end it here, but I just wanted to. Actually, what you shared with me is good news, so I'm enthusiastic about them going back to the table.
You can Google it, and you'll see all the senators that are on that committee.
Okay. All right. Excellent. I will do that. All right. Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for your time. All right. Bye.
You're welcome.
So again, that sounds like somebody who's been around, but they just to be safe with the two-party consent stuff. I'm starting to tell, like for Maryland, I'm telling them that it's being recorded. Once I tell them that, most of them get nervous. So nervous when I may add this to the spreadsheet. So the conversation wrapped up pretty quickly. However, staffer was seemed well informed about efforts to modify Freedom to Vote Act. Good. All right. So our next Maryland senator. The next Maryland senator is Chris Van Hollen, who also I don't know much about. It's funny how a lot of times the state level politicians, the governors of Maryland, get more attention than the senators. But yeah, also Democrat. Been in the Senate since 2017. He is chair of the Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, or former. Looks like he's been in politics for a very long time, since the early 1990s. Oh, we got Maryland here. Okay. Maybe ask Van Hollen about climate change. He's already enthusiastic about the voting rights bill. Okay, fair enough. Climate change is a threat to the Bay. It definitely is. That's a great thing to bring up for Maryland. Nephew Kiefer would like you to ask about COPPA, the smoking and drinking ages, copyright law, and selective service. Wow, those are all great topics. Those are the smoking and drinking ages thing is, I don't know. I think I'd rather, no offense, I think I'd rather bring up the climate change. We'll do that because I think that we're going to get, it's going to be more productive. So let's see what's the latest with Senator Van Hollen with that. I do think the selective service should end. In my opinion, it should. Okay. And I have to tell them that I'm recording because Maryland being the two-party consent. So let's give him a call, see if it can be productive. It's funny how people just freak out about stuff. It should all be public. Why are we hiding things? Why are we hiding conversations when all of these people in the Senate are public servants? They should be working for us. There's nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide. Why are you hiding anything?
Hi, this is Chris Van Hollen. Thank you for calling my Senate office on Capitol Hill. If you would like to leave a message about current issues or legislation, or get office information about hours of operation and location, please press 1. If you would like to speak with a member of my staff, please press 2. To hear these options,
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Chris Van Hollen, Senator from Maryland. We are unable to take your call right now. Please leave your name, phone number, and a detailed message, and a member of our team will address your concern as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
At the tone, please record your message. When you've finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hi, my name is Matt Beat, and I'm calling on behalf of the constituents of your fine state of Maryland. And this is being recorded publicly. But I was just calling to see what you are working on currently as far as trying to fight climate change. I know it's very important to you, but I was wanting to see which bills you are currently working on or co-sponsoring or discussing with your colleagues that would sooner than later actually try to fight the effects of climate change. So I appreciate your feedback. If you could please email me back at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT beat@gmail. Thank you for your time. Thanks in advance for responding, and thank you for your service. Yeah, so I've got a lot of those. I had to leave a recorded message there for Senator Van Hollen, who I'm also not that familiar with, but left a voice message. And if you're just now joining, also, I'm going to be doing a follow-up on how this all went down as far as like who got back to me later on, all this stuff. So it's I've been doing this now for over 5 hours. We'll see if my voice holds up, but we are now up to Massachusetts. So thank you, NOAA. What are they going to do to reduce incredibly high healthcare costs and make it more affordable? Okay. I mean, we already kind of know with Senator Markey and Warren. They fully support universal healthcare. So I don't know. We could. There's other people that wanted to hear. Like Massachusetts also had the. Somebody wanted to bring up a Senate version of the bipartisan food allergy research caucus. So we'll see about that. Will you ask Mumkey Jones 10 questions? I don't even know. I'm not that familiar with them, but sure. Okay. So we are at Massachusetts, which again is a two-party consent state. So I've got to let them know that it's recorded, which is kind of lame, I'll be honest, but I'm already probably in trouble enough as it is. So the two, I don't know. The two senators for Massachusetts are actually pretty well known, especially this one, Elizabeth Warren, who ran for president in 2020 and actually had a really good chance to be the nominee for the Democratic Party. She got her start she was a professor. She was in academia before politics. She's been in the Senate since 2013. Fairly populist, I would say, similar to Bernie Sanders in terms of the type of legislation she typically supports, very left-leaning. Of course, in Massachusetts, it's like one of the most, if not the most left-leaning states in the entire country. So I think she represents the state pretty well overall. It says here, yeah, that's pretty laser focused. She's focused on consumer protection, economic opportunity, social safety net. I know for the longest time, she was the loudest voice in Congress, other than possibly Bernie Sanders, about bringing up wealth inequality in this country, which is still a big issue. But yeah, very smart woman, incredibly gifted senator, even if you disagree with her on issues. One of the most popular senators. A lot of people on the right side of the aisle think she's pretty radical, though. A lot of conservatives actually make fun of her a lot and say she's way too left. But and then she got, of course, with the whole Pocahontas jokes thing with Trump and others, that kind of hurt her chances for when she ran for president in 2020. But anyway, most of you probably are already familiar with Elizabeth Warren. Let's give her a call. I'm going to bring up the Food Allergy Research Caucus. I'm going to Google this first, though, make sure I'm not like bringing up something that's non-existent. Yeah, this is interesting. So the Congressional Food Allergy Research Caucus will provide a forum for members to discuss ways to protect the more than 10% of their constituents suffering from food allergies. Interesting. Okay, sure. Let's do it. It's not the most exciting, but let's go ahead and ask Senator Warren this. We already know where she stands on the Freedom to Vote Act. So I think this is more productive. Four, 5, 4, 3.
Thank you for calling calling the office of Senator Elizabeth Warren in Washington, D.C. We appreciate hearing from you, but because of the large number of letters, emails, and calls we receive, it's possible that a response to your message will be delayed as the office prioritizes supporting the health of staff and constituents during the coronavirus outbreak. For more information about the coronavirus outbreak, please visit Senator Warren's website at warren.senate.gov. If you are calling to express a policy concern, request a meeting, or have questions about an upcoming visit to D.C., please visit Senator Warren's website at warren.senate.gov or leave a message at the beep. If you are calling with an urgent casework request, please call our Boston office at 617-565-3170 or our Springfield office at 413-788-2690 to leave a message. Thanks for calling and have a great day.
Hello, Senator Warren and her staff. Who gets this message? I'm calling on behalf of the constituents of Massachusetts, and this is being recorded publicly. We were wondering. My name is Matt Beat, and we were wondering if there would be a Senate version of the bipartisan food allergy research caucus. I think it's a good idea to work on protections for those with food allergies. So I was just seeing if there's something in plan or a plan in place in the Senate for a similar thing that's going on in the House. So if you could please get back to me, let me know. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail. And I look forward to your response. And thank you for your time and thank you for your service. Okay, so that was a different type of, I left a voicemail, but that was definitely a long, different type of greeting there. You can tell she probably gets a lot of calls, but I think the weird part about it was like there was like assistance for emergencies related to the pandemic, which you didn't get that on most of the other voicemail greetings. So yeah, that was Senator Warren's voicemail. I have to tell them in Massachusetts that I'm recording. I'm going to bring up the same thing to Senator Markey. Markey has only been in office since 2013, so he's been there a while now too, but he had a really close re-election recently. So he's also fairly left-leaning. What the heck is this? The Hill called him a Gen Z icon. I've never heard that before. But he's been in politics for a long time. First was elected in the House in 1970s. Wow. So he's 75 years old, but he's still pretty hip. He's pretty in tune. And if you look at his views, I know that he has changed his mind on several things over the years. And Massachusetts is always interesting. It's a left-leaning state, highly democratic, but at the same time, they're not afraid to, especially at the local level, governors, they're not afraid to try out maybe a Republican who's more moderate. But yeah, let's go ahead and give Senator Markey's office a call. Having trouble enter these numbers. It's a sign of fatigue here. Okay, 2742.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Ed Markey in Washington, D.C. Your call is very important to us. Due to ongoing concerns around the coronavirus outbreak and in the interest of protecting public health, our Washington, D.C. office is open only virtually at this time. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Your call and concerns are very important to us, and we want to hear from you. Staff are on call, so please leave us a message, and we will get back to you as quickly as possible. If this is a medical emergency, please hang up and dial 911. For more information about the coronavirus and Senator Markey's efforts to respond to the emergency, please visit our website at www.markey.senate.gov. If you are calling regarding an urgent casework request, please call our Boston office at 617-565-8519. We are committed to keeping staff and constituents safe during this time. Thank you for calling.
Hello, Senator Markey. This is Matt Beat calling on behalf of your constituents in Massachusetts, and this is being recorded publicly. We just wanted to see if there were any plans to introduce a Senate version of the Bipartisan Food Allergy Research Caucus, which they introduced in the House. And so it would be good to see more protections for those with food allergies. And we're just seeing if there were any plans for that in the future. So your feedback would be welcome. If you could please email me at iamrbeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. I look forward to hearing from you or one of your staff. Thank you for your time, and thank you for your service. So another voicemail there. That was for Senator Markey. Again, very dry, like the guy sounded like he was about ready to fall asleep, but all right, I bet you people weren't expecting me to bring up such boring stuff for these two senators. But a lot of times, though, you kind of know where senators stand anyway. So if you bring up something different that kind of catches them by surprise, that's good. Okay. Hey, thank you. Longtime viewer wanted to ask why Ted Cruz voted down S914 drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. Oh, yeah. Okay. We already have something for Texas, but let's see here. Yeah, I like that one. Drinking water and wastewater infrastructure act. All right. I will add that to the list there. Maybe we can split up for the two senators of Texas. From Minnesota, we have so many viewers from Minnesota. I love it. Minnesota has historically been a very politically engaged and active state, and okay. I thought it's recreational cannabis. And if they're aware of Governor Walz's comments in support of it. Okay. Now, that's a state issue, though, but maybe I can ask them about federal support of it. That might be better. Okay. Anthony, thank you. If you could make a follow-up, please. I've been streaming this to my 12th grade social studies classes this whole time and got a quick off time and sent. Oh, my gosh. Thank you. You actually had a moment away to do this. I appreciate you. I did not anticipate teachers showing this in their classroom, but this is amazing. So, and thank you for your service, Anthony, as a teacher. I was in the classroom for 12 years and I only recently stepped out, and I miss those kids. So stuff like this means a lot. I appreciate that. Oh boy, this is a little overwhelming sometimes. All right, I think I caught up on the super chats. I want to make sure I give those priority. Oh, Derek. Great vid, sir. Thank you. I've learned things from you. I know most things, so that is saying something. That's awesome. Thank you. And then I already posted the Michigan one here about gerrymandering. I had some stuff for gerrymandering, but I can add that. I kind of like that in ranked choice voting again. So let's. All right. So we are at Michigan now. Let's go ahead and do that to show you. Now I don't have to tell them anymore. Our two senators from Michigan are Debbie Stabenow, I think is how you pronounce her name, and Gary Peters. I'm more familiar with Gary Peters. Both of them. Okay, yeah, so Debbie I'm going to look how you pronounce her name. Make sure I get that right.
Debbie Stabenow.
Stabenow, is that right? Stabenow, okay, all right. Nick was right. Nick's okay.
Debbie Stabenow.
All right, we'll call her first. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Wikipedia page. She has been a senator since January 2017, so 5 years now. Looks like I said, I don't know much about her. Previously served on the Ingham County Board of Commissioners and in the Michigan State Legislature. So she's been in politics a long time. Looks like going back to all the way back to 1977. So let's go ahead and give her a call. She is a Democrat, which is interesting about Michigan. Both their senators are Democrats, but it's a swing state. It's a very contentious state, and a lot of eyes will be on it for the presidential election in 2024. So I would imagine that she's more moderate. Let's go ahead and look at her political positions. Oh, wow. So according to this, she's fairly left-leaning. So and then Tesla puts, I see your super chat. I'll just say it. Ask Michigan if they give a crap about Detroit, Flint, Kalamazoo, or Lansing. Yeah, there's a lot of neglected cities in Michigan. Like they get overlooked. But especially like there's a town in southwestern Michigan that has worse water than Flint. I forgot the name of it, but it's even worse. You probably could say in the chat. Yeah, I think I'm going to go, though, with the root of a lot of these problems, which is ranked choice voting. So I'm going to bring that up to her. Let's go for it. So calling Senator Stabenow from Michigan. $4842.
Hi, this is Senator Debbie Stabenow. Thanks so much for calling my Washington, D.C. office. It's my honor to serve you in the Senate, and I really appreciate your call.
Excellent.
If you'd like to leave a comment about an issue, please press 1. If you need general information about my office or contact information for my state offices, please press 2. If you'd like to speak with a member of my staff, please press 3, and someone will be with you as soon as possible. If you're
This is Nick speaking. How can I help you?
Yeah, is this Senator Stabenow's office?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay.
How can I assist you?
Yeah, I just wanted to bring to her attention ranked choice voting. I'm not sure if I've seen any public statements about that. So does she have any public statements about ranked choice voting?
I haven't had the chance to ask Senator Stabenow's opinion on ranked choice voting, but I'd be happy to ask her about it and ask her about her position. And sorry, I didn't get your name, sir.
Oh, yeah, sorry. My name is Matt Beat.
Okay, Mr. Beat. Like I said, I don't have an answer for you at the moment, but I would be happy to ask the senator what she thinks about it, and we can get a response back out to you.
That's awesome. Yeah, I just really wanted to express my passionate support for it, and so I think that's something she should strongly consider, because I think it will help end the partisanship in this country. But yeah, if I could get feedback from her, like after she's kind of, I'm curious what she thinks about it, if she'd consider any kind of reforms to make it happen at the federal level.
Absolutely, sir. I can ask her about it. So can I just, so that's B-E-A-T?
That's right.
Okay. And you said Matt? Can I get an email address?
Yes, it is IamMrBeat@gmail.com.
IamMrBeat
gmail.com.
Yep.
Good phone number for you?
I don't want to give that out, but I can give an address if that's. Okay. P.O. Box 1982, Lawrence, Kansas 66049.
Lawrence, Kansas 0649. Okay, Mr. B. I have you notated here in our system. Unfortunately, it looks like because you're a resident of Kansas, I don't believe we're allowed to send out correspondence. It's
Okay.
a Senate rule.
That's a Senate rule. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, it's mainly just to make sure that constituents are being heard by their own representatives. But regardless, I'm actually curious myself what Senator Stabenow's views on ranked choice voting are, and I'd be happy to ask that question on your behalf.
Okay, I really appreciate that.
Not a problem at all, Matt. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. All right.
Okay, you too. Thank you. Bye. That was another lovely conversation with a staffer for Senator Stabenow. I'm gonna have to check her more out. Like I'm not familiar with her, but so a wonderful conversation where I let the staffer know about ranked choice voting and wanted to see where Stabenow stood on it at the federal level, because we're seeing it at the state and local level already. Okay, so that's the thing. Like a lot of these senators don't even think about certain issues, like out of sight, out of mind. So if you at least bring it to their attention, they'll start thinking about it. You plant a seed, it sticks in their head. Maybe years down the road, you actually see some true reforms made. So looks like I got a few more super chats. I'm trying to catch up with them. Shout out to my friend Will, who is going back and forth from Michigan to Kansas lately. But yeah, I got that comment. Yes, constituent from Wisconsin. Our senators are both partisans from opposite parties. I was wondering if you could ask them both if they'd be willing to work with one another to author a bill. Ooh, I like that one a lot, Hamlet. Well, I'm definitely writing that one down. Would you be willing to work with one another? Wonder if they have different answers, like how that will make each other look to author a bill. Okay. I can dig it. Uh-oh. What's with the F? Oh, no. But thank you for your... Okay. Another Wisconsinite. Could you ask Ron Johnson and Tammy Baldwin where they stand on net neutrality? Not a hot topic right now, but very important to me. Maybe that could be the issue, the bill that they work together on. I'll throw that as a possibility. Great kind of something we can maybe tie together with that, okay? If you don't know what net neutrality is, there are plenty of videos about that. So, Mr. B, could you ask one of my New Hampshire senators what our state motto, live free or die, means to them? All right. I think did somebody else earlier from New Hampshire had something? All right, I'll just sneak that in here. That's an interesting question. Okay, now we're still on Michigan, though, so let's not get too ahead of ourselves, because I sometimes forget what I wrote down and can't read my own handwriting. So let's just let's go forward with Gary Peters. Gary Peters is a Democrat, another Democrat from Michigan. I'm more familiar with him for some reason. I don't remember what. Maybe it was because I think when both Trump and Biden have visited Michigan and met with him, and they had a big press, event. He's been in the Senate since 2015. It looks like he is chair of the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee. As far as political positions, not a whole lot here, but it looks like fairly left-leaning as well. So that's interesting for Michigan being a state that, in presidential elections at least, has been a swing state the last two elections, to see two senators that are fairly to the left. Okay, so let's give him a call. Okay, 202-4-6221. Calling.
Hello, this is U.S. Senator Gary Peters, and thank you for calling my office. It's an honor to serve you in the U.S. Senate, and I appreciate your call. If you'd like to share an opinion, press 1. If you're looking for assistance with a federal agency or have an issue for which you would like a response back, press 2. If you'd like to speak directly to someone on my staff, please press 0. To hear these options again, press 5.
You have reached the Washington, D.C. office of Senator Gary Peters. Unfortunately, nobody is available to take your call at this time. Please leave your comment and include your name and contact information if you would like a response. Thank you.
Hello, Senator Peters. This is Matt Beat, and I am calling on behalf of your constituents in Michigan. I visit Michigan occasionally, but I don't live there. I just wanted to see your opinion on ranked choice voting at the federal level. We've seen it at the local level across the country, and I think it's a really good thing. And I would really like to see you and some of your colleagues in the Senate look to just make a bill to enact it for federal elections. So if you could please let me know where you stand on ranked choice voting, and any feedback would be welcome. My email is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. And I thank you for listening to this, or I know your staff is probably listening, and thanks in advance for responding, and thank you for your service. By the way, when I say thank you for your service, it's also for the staff, not just these senators, because the staff, thank you for your service. It's not easy work. I see you, Soggy Lobster. Housing problems in Minneapolis. It's a national problem, so I'm glad you brought it up, but it is a national problem. There's a lot of folks from Minnesota. We'll have to see what we want to do for Minnesota here. But Gary Peters left a voice message. So now we're up to Minnesota. Let's see what we got here. We've got... Well, there was the Line 3 pipeline thing. I guess that was it. So maybe we should go back to the housing thing. It is a federal issue. Yeah, I hear you, Dick. Yeah, I think that's a good question, actually. What are the senators from Minnesota doing? It's a national issue. We're seeing it in the cities, the major cities, but there's a crisis right now with housing. So what are their solutions? So I'm going to bring that up. We're going to call Senator Amy Klobuchar first, who is more prominently known because of her presidential run for against the eventual nominee, Joe Biden, in 2020. She has been in the Senate since 2007. something about Senator Klobuchar is there were nasty rumors going around about how she didn't treat her staff that well. So I'm going to treat the person on the phone very nice, kindly, okay, no matter what, because who knows what they're going through. That's just rumors, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, she's pretty well known as a fairly moderate Democrat, I believe, unless I'm missing something here, but doesn't even have, okay, here it is. Doesn't even have much on her political positions. It says, greatly been in line with modern American liberalism. But yeah, I would say she's a fairly moderate Democrat. I'm pretty confident she already supports the Freedom to Vote Act anyway. So I think housing is something I'm going to bring up with her. So let's do it. Calling Senator Amy Klobuchar from the great state of Minnesota, which I was just there. I was in Minnesota. My family and I went up there in October. Wonderful state. Beautiful state. Calling Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you for calling Senator Klobuchar's Washington, D.C. office. Our office hours are 9 a.m. to 6 p.m.
Yes.
Monday through Friday, Eastern Standard Time. If you are receiving this message during these hours, it is due to an unusually high volume of calls. Please leave a message, and thank you again for contacting Senator Klobuchar's office.
Hello, Senator Klobuchar and your staff. I just wanted to bring to your attention something that many of your constituents in Minnesota are worried about, and that is the dramatically skyrocketing prices of houses, lack of affordable housing for not just people in Minnesota, but all across the country right now. So I'd like to know if there's any bills that you've sponsored, co-sponsored, or working on currently. What are you doing right now to solve the housing crisis that our country is going through that makes it almost impossible for young folks to buy a home? So if you could please let me know, email me at iamrbeat@gmail.com. That is IAMMRBEAT@gmail. My name is Matt Beat, and I would appreciate hearing from you, and thank you in advance for doing so. Also, thank you for your service. Can't believe my battery hasn't died yet. Okay, so I tried. It was another voicemail. At this point, it looks like we're getting more voicemail than anything else. Left a voice message. By the way, several of you are here, and you didn't hear this earlier because I've been doing this now for nearly 6 hours, but I will be sharing the spreadsheet and updating it regularly as I hear feedback come back in the description of this video. Next up, we have Tina Smith. Before I contact and look at Tina Smith, I'm going to see if there's any other Minnesota super chats here, because I may have missed some. That happens sometimes. Okay. I can't wait for the sequel to the stream. Every U.S. Senator calls Mr. Beat and asks him about his videos. That's great. Close ties with Washington State. Please ask Senators Marie Cantwell and Patty Murray if they support ceding the community of Point Roberts to Canada. That's interesting. You're my first Washington State one. That'll be one of the last ones I do here. Ceding Point Roberts to Canada. I'm somewhat familiar with it. I think I saw a video or two on that. Okay. Third-party ballot access. Yeah, a lot of times that's at the state level, though. That's the state level. So, which, federally, there could be some legislation that aims to solve that. Yeah. So maybe we'll see what else we got here. Senator Mark Warner's Richmond office. Is $5 enough to skip the line? Please wish him a speedy recovery from COVID. Oh, okay. Sure. I didn't even know he had COVID. Mark Warner. Speedy recovery. Okay. I think the voicemails are due to the Supreme Court stuff. Probably a lot of senators being called up about whether they'll vote for the nominee or not. Yeah. I think a lot of them aren't even there, though. There's a recess, is what I was told earlier. Ranked choice is good, but how do you feel about vote yes for as many as you'd like? Yeah, that's called approval voting. I'm also in strong support of that. Third-party votes aren't wasted, and most votes win. Yes, I'm also in support of that. Maybe more so. We'll see. I'm just thinking of what has the best chance of getting passed at this point. Okay, so we are now looking at Tina Smith. I am much less familiar with Senator Smith, although she's been there a few years now, 4 years now. So she was the one who took Al Franken's spot. I do remember that. That was actually the last time I think I saw her first speech, and that was the last time I've seen her speak. Thank you, Casper, by the way. So she is fairly moderate as well. I want to think, I'm not for sure though. So before I say too much, let me look at that on Wikipedia. Okay. Okay. Looks like pretty standard Democrat in many ways here. I'm also going to bring up well, somebody really wanted me to bring up about something for third parties. So I think I'm going to bring up the ranked choice voting or approval voting. I'm going to bring that up to her. So let's do it. Calling Senator Smith from Minnesota.
Thank you for calling the office of U.S. Senator Tina Smith of Minnesota. If you've reached this message during normal business hours, then all of our lines are currently busy. Please feel free to leave us a message. Thank you again for calling.
Hello, Senator Smith, and your staff. I'm calling on behalf of the constituents of Minnesota, and many of them would like to see a third option. Minnesota has a long history of electing third-party candidates, but at the federal level, it seems to be more difficult. So I was wondering if you could support either ranked choice voting or approval voting. At least consider any kind of bills that would make it so federal elections were done that way. So if I could please get your feedback, Senator Smith, on ranked choice voting and approval voting, I would appreciate it. My name is Matt Beat, and my email address is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. Thank you for your time, and thanks in advance for responding, and thank you for your service. Okay, so we getting a lot more voicemails, it seems. Maybe, yeah, there's left a voice message. You would think that somebody, a senator, would know I was doing this and would just like, yeah, maybe this is a chance to make a headline or two, but not yet. We're up to Mississippi. I did have some folks from Mississippi earlier in the chat. Let me see if I can find my notes. I'm just writing wherever I could here in my notebook. Got a lot for Texas, but Mississippi. So education initiatives is what they want me to focus on. All right. Yeah, I just wonder what education bills are on the. Let's go ahead and Google that real quick. Education bills, United States. See what they have. GovTrack.us is a great site, by the way. I've gone here before. Oh, we're on social media. Consider Teachers Act. Dang, I kind of like this. Senator Mike Braun introduced it. A bill to amend the Higher Education Act of 1965 in order to improve the service obligation verification process for teach grant recipients. Okay. Yeah. Keep Kids in Schools Act, Marco Rubio. Oh, I'm sorry about that, Jordan. Ooh, Sherrod Brown had one here. What's this one all about? A resolution recognizing the roles and contributions of the teachers of the United States in building and enhancing the civic, cultural, and economic well-being of the United States. The resolution was passed in a vote in the Senate. A simple resolution is not voted on the other chamber and does not have the force of the law. The vote was made unanimous consent, so no record of individual votes were made. We might as well give it a... Oh, thank you. Yeah. We might as well give it a shot. All right. I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't do this. I got to be more passionate about it. So let's go back to I'm going back to my original default, Freedom to Vote Act. Let's go there. Okay. So the first senator that we're going to look at from Mississippi is Cindy Hyde-Smith. I've seen her before, not in person, but I've seen her on TV for something, but she's not a high-profile senator. Looks like she's been around in the Senate since 2018, so a little less than 4 years. So it looks like she was part of the group that objected to certifying some swing states' electoral votes as part of an attempt to overturn the 2020 U.S. presidential election. That's interesting. She was appointed after a resignation of Thad Cochran. So, yeah, I forgot about that. As far as political positions, I have no idea. Conservative Republican, okay. She was a Democrat, though, in the late 90s and aughts. So that's interesting. She supported Mitt Romney in 2012. Looks like she voted with Joe Biden's political positions about 47% of the time. She seems more moderate. She seems like a more moderate Republican. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to give her a call. Those of you who are from Mississippi, this is your senator I'm calling right now.
Thank you for calling the office of United States Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith of Mississippi. Your call is very important to us. Our office is currently experiencing high call volume. Please leave a message with your name and zip code at the tone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Matt Beats. My zip code is 66049. I'm calling on behalf of the constituents of Mississippi, though, and I wanted to see where you stood on the Freedom to Vote Act. This was the compromise bill that was introduced by...
Your message was sent. Thanks for calling.
Oh, okay.
Goodbye.
Okay, bye. It looks like it's a time limit there, so I didn't get a... Okay, well, that was similar to the one up here where I got cut off short. That was... Yeah, Tommy Tuberville's. So Alabama and Mississippi, huh? You don't like it when we talk too long, huh? Just, get to the point. Get to the point. Okay, left a voice message for Senator Hyde-Smith. Got cut off for going on too long. Now we're going to call Roger Wicker. I'm not familiar with him at all. Opposing the war in Yemen. Ooh. Yeah, they do. Afghanistan's aiding Afghanistan and the atrocities going on in Yemen. I agree. Oh man, I like Mississippi. It's underrated. Well, I'm going to call Roger Wicker. Let's look up a little bit about him first. Roger Wicker. So he has been a senator since 2007. So he's the senior senator from Mississippi. Looks like he's a ranking member of the Senate Commerce Committee. And let's see here. Oh, Jorge, thanks again. Well, thank you. We probably agree on more than we disagree. Okay. Yeah, let's... Ooh, it looks like he's pretty conservative. Rating of 83.62 from the American Conservative Union. Yeah, so he's a very right-leaning guy. But let's give it a shot. Roger Wicker, Senator Roger Wicker from Mississippi.
Senator Wicker's office.
Yeah, I was just calling on behalf of all the constituents of Mississippi to see if Senator Wicker was going to or willing to support the Freedom to Vote Act.
Okay, and what part of Mississippi are you calling from?
I'm from out of state.
Out of state?
Yeah.
Okay. Can I get some contact information from you to get you directly to the senator regarding that issue?
To get me in contact with who?
With Senator Wicker to get you some information regarding that issue.
Yeah, my email is well, first of all, my name is Matt Beat, B-E-A-T, like beat a drum.
Okay, and that email address?
Is IamMrBeat@gmail.com. So that's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.
All right, Mr. Beat. I will get that message to the senator and we'll be in touch.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, bye. Short and sweet. I don't know if I'm going to hear back from him, but I'll follow up, like I said, for all these other ones. That was at least somebody answered. Staffer answered and quickly got my contact information to follow up about Senator Wicker's views on Freedom to Vote Act. Okay. Yeah, straight to the point. They don't mess around down there in Mississippi. Okay, so now we're up to Missouri. It's being in Kansas, I'm not that far from Missouri. Most Kansans aren't because we live in eastern Kansas. No disrespect to western Kansas. Great people out there. Good times. But yeah, so I do follow Missouri politics fairly closely. I'm very familiar with their two senators, Roy Blunt and Josh Hawley. Hawley is more high profile, though, nationwide, especially after January 6th last year and his kind of resistance to counting all the electoral votes after the 2020 presidential election. Oh, Dante is here. Hey, Dante, thank you. Oh, yeah, you're from Texas. Nice. Ask about removing us from the ERCOT energy grid. Oh, yeah, the massive Texas winter snowstorm last year cost at least 210 lives and more than $80 billion. Yeah. That might be more of a state level thing. And I have a bunch of Texas requests as well. There's a lot of stuff here. I don't know what I'm going to go with. With Texas is tough. But yeah, thank you. Okay. So, but Missouri, I did have something written down earlier for Missouri. Okay. Oh yeah. Why did Hawley not support the infrastructure bill? So we'll give him a call first. Let's quickly look at Hawley. He's a fairly young guy. He's just a couple years older than me. Let's see here. Pretty far to the right, I would say. Not completely far right, but I would say now on some random issues, he's more like in the middle or even left, which I found fascinating. But he definitely he aims for that Donald Trump base, no doubt. Like trying to kiss up to his supporters. Before he was a senator, he was a professor, also a lawyer, of course. Have I ever been to Mississippi? No, I haven't. It's on my bucket list. I know a lot about it, though. Here's the thing I was talking about earlier is like Hawley led Senate efforts to overturn the Electoral College vote count and rallied supporters of the Stop the Steal conspiracy theory that motivated an attack on the U.S. Capitol, with figures across the political spectrum calling on him to resign or be expelled from the Senate. In late January 2021, Hawley denied trying to overturn the election results, and ultimately there were no repercussions. There usually are not. They end work on 5. Okay, so they just ended work. So at this point, it's looking like we're going to be leaving mostly voicemails, but we're going to try to finish this off. Or we could do a part 2, but I don't know. I visited like 45 states, I think, 44 states at this point. Okay. Let's go ahead and try Missouri first, and then because I got the question about the infrastructure bill. So, calling Senator Hawley.
Thank you for calling Senator Josh Hawley's office. If you are hearing this message, we are experiencing a high volume of calls and staff members are currently on the line with other constituents. Your call is important to Senator Hawley, and we encourage you to stay on the line while we connect you to the next available staff member. If you are a constituent and need help with a federal program or process, you may also request assistance online by visiting hawley.senate.gov and selecting the federal casework option from the home page or the contact tab in the top right-hand corner.
All right.
The Senator values and appreciates your feedback and opinions. Please stay on the line and someone will be with you.
We'll see if someone answers. If not, we may have to. Oh, first one with music. No, I didn't hear that. That's crazy. Classic song. It's interesting on hold so long. It's ringing.
Thank you for calling Senator Josh Hawley's office. If you are hearing this message, we are either experiencing a high volume of calls and all of our staff members are currently on the line with other constituents, or you are calling outside of normal business hours. Your call is important to Senator Hawley, and we encourage you to leave a message or to call back later. You may also visit hawley.senate.gov to share your opinion about legislation or a policy issue, or to request assistance with a federal program or process. Senator Hawley values and appreciates your feedback and opinions. Thank you for calling.
Hello, Senator Hawley. This is Matt Beat. I'm calling on behalf of the your constituents of Missouri to see if you would consider supporting another infrastructure bill. I also want to know why you did not support the infrastructure bill that passed. Our infrastructure across the country is crumbling, especially in Missouri. So I was wondering why you would turn that down. But if you could please get back with me, I appreciate it. My email address is iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail.com. Thanks for responding to me. Thanks in advance for responding to me, and thank you for your service. So the offices, I thought, closed at 6 p.m. Eastern. Let me double check on this, because if I'm wasting my time, well, I think I have it opening. No senators have picked up yet. And thank you. So the time, whoops. Office hours, U.S. senators. Let's just look at that. That's the same. Oh, here we go. U.S. Capitol. Okay, they're supposed to still be open. All right, well, let's try one more here. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm leaving more voice messages lately. Left voice message, full classical music while I was on hold. Okay, so I'm going to try Roy Blunt. If I don't get a response, if it goes right to voicemail, I think that's a sign that I need to do part 2 of this. I probably should take a break anyway, since I've been going longer than 6 hours. So let's go ahead and try Roy Blunt. Just really quickly, Roy Blunt is also, of course, a Republican. Missouri is a very red state. He has been in office for, 13 years now? Yep. And chair of the Senate Republican Policy Committee, very conservative leaning, reliably voted with President Trump. And I'm not sure how often he's voted with President Biden, but definitely one of those guys who, special interests have really gotten to him. I've been really critical of him for that reason. But let's see what he says about the Freedom to Vote Act. If he answered, well, he won't answer. If anyone answers, see what they will say about the Freedom to Vote Act.
Thank you for calling the office of Senator Roy Blunt. If you are receiving this message during business hours, all our lines are busy as we assist other constituents. In order to assist you better, please select from the following options. If you are calling to share an opinion or leave a message for the senator, please press 1. If you are calling about a flag request or a visit to Washington, D.C., including tours and meetings, please press 2. If you are calling about assistance with a federal agency or to follow up on casework, please press 3. If you are a member of the press on deadline, please press 4. To repeat these options, please press 5.
I guess I'll just leave my opinion.
Thank you for calling. At this time, all lines are busy. You can try back at a later time. Visit us online at blunt.senate.gov or share your thoughts after the tone.
Hello, Senator Blunt and his staff. I'm calling on behalf of your constituents in Missouri, and I would like you to support the Freedom to Vote Act. I want to know where you stand on the Freedom to Vote Act. I know parts of it probably you don't like, but other parts you do. So maybe there's a way forward to pass a modified version of it. So if you could please follow up with me. My name is Matt Beat, and if you could email me at iamMrBeat@gmail.com. That's IAMMRBEAT@gmail. I would love to hear back from you. Look forward to your response, and thank you for your service. All right, so that's probably a sign I need to wrap it up today and do a second part of this. So another voice message I've been doing. So I'm thinking a lot of the staffers are gone already. A lot of the senators are probably done by this point. I started this morning, local time, 10 o'clock. So what I'm going to do, because I know a lot of senators take Fridays off, or they go back to their home states on Friday, so early weekend, is I'm just going to go ahead and make a part 2 of this. Maybe I can build up some more momentum if you share this video online with your local senators. Maybe they can be ready for me. But I'm not going to do it tomorrow, so I'm going to have to do it either Monday or Tuesday. Monday is a little crazy for me schedule-wise, so I'm thinking Tuesday. So we'll do a part 2 on Tuesday. We still have Montana. I also might be getting sued by somebody because I didn't do the... yeah, it didn't let everybody know I was recording them when I should have. But regardless, I think we're going to be all right. Fingers crossed. We still have Montana, Nebraska, my former home state, Nevada, New Hampshire, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, and Wyoming. So that's a lot. So I probably should make it just for my own health anyway. So we're going to do a part 2 of this, probably on Tuesday, but that's subject to change. I want to thank you all for the super chats, especially, but just for the fun chat, both on, or actually not just YouTube and Twitch, but also Facebook. I saw some comments on. So reminders that I'm on all 3 of those platforms. Thanks to Mrs. Beat for supporting me throughout this. She got the girls. I got to go take them to gymnastics here, like within an hour. So that's another reason why I need to sign off. In the meantime, maybe I can also update you on senators who got back to me between now and next Tuesday. I'm going to go ahead and leave the spreadsheet in the description of this video now, even though it's a working document, and it will be view only, of course. But if you want to continue to brainstorm things for me to ask your senator, please avoid emailing me if you can, just because I don't want to get too many emails. But if you could at least write it down or something and then send it to me in the chat next Tuesday, that would be better, because it's hard for me to keep up with all this. I've also got other stuff going on, like I'm releasing a video about Australia and New Zealand tomorrow. So yeah, this has been quite the ordeal, bigger than I anticipated. I imagine I'm going to go probably another 4 or 5 hours on Tuesday. So thank you for being here, and stay tuned for part 2 on Tuesday.